Good morning, Professor Marino.
How are you?
All right, how are you?
Thanks.
Okay, good. Okay, because I didn't have. I realized. It's 9 o'clock already because I was back out. Sure, there's more for that. Okay, and I think it'll make sense. Remember to bring mine. Okay, how are you guys? Daniella, you're feeling okay. You guys? Okay, so then that's fine. We're not going to worry about timing. We only go 3 minutes. Mr. Sweeney, you ready?
We're good.
Awesome. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming to our second day of our annual symposium, the 8th annual. We know that it's hot in here. We apologize. We are trying to get the air to start being effective, but it might take a while. Okay, so my name is Professor Rahman. I oversee the collaboration between Townsend High School and Queens College. And before I introduce our first panel of the day, I just want to take a moment to really express appreciation both for Queens College and the administration here, as well as Townsend High School and the administration there, because without everyone working together, this would not be able to happen, and I think it's a really fabulous opportunity. How many of you were here yesterday? Okay, so many of you were here yesterday. All right, hopefully you'll have just as much fun, or more so, than yesterday. All right, it is my privilege to announce our first panel of the day. The title of the panel, or the theme of the panel, is called Puritan Outsiders. And we're going to witness two papers today. The first paper is titled Branded by Sin, Symbolism, Society, and Exclusion in Nathaniel Hawthorne's The Scarlet Letter. And that will be presented by Tracy, Melanie, Vera, Robayo, and Zeller. Our second paper will be Religion and Spirituality in Maryse Conde's Tituba, Black Witch of Salem, and that will be presented by Daniella, Mohammed. Okay, at the end of our two presentations, we will have time for questions and answers, or a little quiz or something. They're going to do something, so pay attention and please mark down any questions that you have, because we want to have a nice conversation after. Okay.
Hello and good morning, everyone. For our topic, we did Branded by Sin, Symbolism, Society, and Exclusion in Nathaniel, The Scarlet Letter. And I'm Tracy, by the way. I'm Melanie. I'm Daisy.
I'm like that.
These will be some of the topics we'll be going over, and we'll be starting with a brief novel summary.
The Scarlet Letter is a work of historical fiction by American author Nathaniel Hawthorne, published in 1850. Set in Puritan, Massachusetts Bay Colony during the year 1642-1649, the novel tells the story of Esther Prynne, who conceives a daughter of a man to whom she is not married, and then struggles to create a new life of repentance and dignity, containing a number of religious historical allusions. The book explores themes of legalism, sin, and guilt. Scarlet Letter is one of the first mass-produced books in the United States. Hawthorne first published and is considered a classic work of American literature. The novel has inspired numerous film, television, and stage adaptations. Critics describe Scarlet Letter as a masterwork, and novelist H. Warren called it a perfect work of the American imagination.
Our next section is our thesis. Hawthorne uses the letter A, the relationship of Hester and Pearl. Hester as an outsider of Puritan society, and the treatment of the characters to reflect the structures and strategies of exclusion in the Scarlet Letter.
So, outsiderness as a condition generated by society. Now, throughout the novel, Hawthorne takes great pains to describe Puritan society as harsh, unforgiving, and strict. As you can see, and this is evinced by his specific word choice that is consistent throughout the story. A perfect example is the use of the word iron repeatedly in chapter 2, as is seen in the upper quote, which you can all read. And it is used to, among other things, describe the face of one of the accusing women as she watches Hester get humiliated in public for her terrible crime. And the word iron has a very harsh, cold, unfeeling, methodical connotation, especially during the Industrial Revolution, which is around that time, which is when Hawthorne was alive. And he wanted this connotation to be present because he wants the reader to view the Puritans as well iron, devoid of warmth and compassion, and instead full of vindictiveness and methodical precision. This choice can be seen again in our second quote, in which the word physiognomy is used. Now this word, not only refers to the expressions of democratic accusers, but also refers to the practice of telling one's true nature by one's exterior. So Hawthorne chose this word specifically because he wants the viewer to associate the cruelty that the Puritans showed to Hester with their true characters, which contributes to a feeling of inhospitability. So why were the Puritans so inhospitable? It is because of their religious beliefs, the specific brand of Christianity they practice. These beliefs are summed up best by the sermon "Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God," which was, even though written past Hester's time, did a good job of explaining the Puritan attitude towards sin. Reading the quote listed above, you can see that it uses a lot of vivid, frightening imagery to describe that God is not as some kind of benevolent greater deity, but as an extremely vindictive, angry force that people should fear. And they believed that sin was indelible, infectious, which is a word actually used in the text, and something unforgivable, something that could very readily damn one to hell, which was and still is described as a terrible, terrible place. So you can see that the Puritans Hawthorne knows that the Puritans had these beliefs because in the quote listed, you can see that the character speaking, Chillingsworth, believes that Hester's sin should rightly be memorialized even past her death. For her crime is immortal; it is forever undying, and attitudes towards sin were strict because it was infectious and because crimes could carried out could have a terrible and lasting permanent effect on one's soul. The act of sinning was to jeopardize the future and the eternal life of everyone in the community, which explains why they're so vindictive and so readily torturous of anyone who dares step out of line. And all this works to create a binary perspective. The Puritans view things in black and white. They see characters as absolutes. There's either sin or purity, and there's nothing in between. Which means that they view all the characters who are all very human and have multiple traits, good and bad, in very childish and very simplistic ways. Hester is supposed to be the most wicked, sinful woman in the town, and yet she frequently gives to people who are less unfortunate than herself, and they repay her by insulting her. They can't, even when she helps them, they are blind to her goodness, and can only see an absolutely repulsive abomination. And on the other side of the spectrum, Dimmesdale, who is equally sinful as Hester, is in fact the toast of the town because no one knows of his crime, and no one cares to see all these very obvious and very conspicuous signs of guilt and eternal torment. Instead, they only see him as a sort of, this passionate, ardent young divine. And Hawthorne uses all of this to comment, I believe, on the present, because in attacking and critiquing Puritan thought so thoroughly, Hawthorne transitively attacks the American founding myth that people came to this country for religious freedom. Does this look like freedom to you? Doesn't look like freedom to me. So I believe that Hawthorne thought that America was not some kind of great melting pot where all were welcome. In criticizing the origin art, some of our not founding fathers, like some of our founders, he wanted to say that America is not a melting pot, but a very exacting gourmet who takes the most selective morsels and ruthlessly trims the fat.
To connect to Ben's point on the parse community, Scarlet is a novel produced during the Romanticism era. The Romanticism was a prominent venture in the style in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, with numerous writers adopting it. The Puritans were believers in the Puritanism, a religious reform movement that began in the late 16th century within the Church of England. They believed the Church of England was too similar to the Roman Catholic Church and that it should be abandoned non-biblical rites and traditions. In the second quote, the Puritan mom regulates girls being able to stand beside her family and talk freely about them in public. And when she tries, because the women are not bound by Puritan law, the family may only show their love for one another in the woods. The Puritan love the woods and everything in them, which provides an opportunity for the Puritan enslaved family to be joyful. The prison door established a gloomy mood, which is created by the scaffold, the site of punishment. In the first quote, the prison door keeps her locked away from the outside world and traps her in her own sin. The iron spikes on the door portrays the strict and unlimited Puritan society. The prison door depicts Hester life transitioning into a new world of wisdom, shame, and society. There is a parallelism to the rose bush. Parallelism is a component of literary style in both prose and poetry, in which coordinate ideas and are arranged in phrases sentences and paragraphs that balance one element with another of equal importance and similar wording. In the second quote, the wild rose bush overcame the odds of growing naturally next to its jail entrance and immediately became a symbol of defining society's fierce standards and following one passion. Another parallelism is the forest in town. The forest brightness to pearl is depicted as a sign of beauty and sanity, with the sun shining solely on the good. The forest inherits terrible personalities and dark happenings demonstrate that the location is a metaphor for evil in and of itself. The second quote shows that Hawthorne utilized it as a means of establishing a gloomy location apart from the Puritan civilization, where everything evil in the story might dwell. Lastly, Hawthorne demonstrates how unfair the Puritan's perspective on Pearl is from the town and the forest. Pearl is depicted as a pearl child free, glorified array of sunshine from the corruption of Puritan society. The next quote shows that Pearl is engulfed by the wilderness and actually becomes part of it. She is a social buffer who refuses to drown by anything. She eventually becomes a little more than a glimmer of hope, leaving a calling for greener pastures when she eventually settles down.
Moving on to the letter A. Before I get into our quotes, I'll be starting with some context on the 18th century fashion. In Europe, the substance used to make red dye produced a weaker brown hue. So if it was a fine red, it shows its true value as this color isn't easily accessible to common folk. Red also represents God's purification as well as eternal punishment. The Massachusetts Bay Colony passed the first law that banned citizens from wearing new fashion, long hair, or anything similar, including fabrics woven with gold thread or lace. Anyone wearing such clothing had to be removed if caught. In fine red cloth, surrounded with an elaborate embroidery and fantastic flourishes of gold thread, appeared the letter A. To describe the embroidery as fantastic flourishes and elaborate reveals an obvious beauty to the scarlet letter, something that is very luxurious with a deep red fabric. For Hester to deliberately choose this as a way to reflect on her sin with the woman's rules on how women should dress in mind shows how the colors being very strong and flamboyant designs is her way of choosing to draw attention to the scarlet letter and own it. Moving years later into the timeline where Hester and her daughter Pearl, who is currently 7 years old, stay living in the town. She is still carrying around the scarlet letter on her chest, trying to move forward, but with a new meaning. In the first quote, you can see that the townspeople collectively decided that the scarlet letter no longer meant the meaning of adultery, but now represents Abel. Shows how her fighting spirit didn't go unnoticed. Then acknowledging her constant attitude and good deeds to the town completely flipped the beliefs on her, even refusing its past meaning. And for the second quote, there was a period in time where she did not have the scarlet letter, but put it back on. Despite the change of view, she still chose to associate herself with the letter, further empowering herself and later on even becoming a role model to women in the village.
She is preparing to live a life in which she will be punished for transgression at all times. And for this second quote that I have, Hester's statement, it shows that she provides Pearl was her sole reason for existence, and that if the Puritan mentality and society consumed that one fulfillment of her life, she would have lost everything. Her kid was her lifeline, her love, and her passion. She had nothing left to lose, and she would risk everything to keep Pearl safe. And this last quote that also Melanie used for one of her quotes, that by wearing this, Hester is embracing what she has done wrong. The fact that it is so obvious and well done indicates that she understands what she has done is wrong and accepts the punishment. Hester exaggerates the A to emphasize that she understands and accepts her mistakes. It demonstrates that she regrets what she did and is attempting to make amends through her punishment.
In conclusion, the Scarlet letter symbolizes and theme merged together, allowing Hawthorne to express Hester's true self as an individual and as a community. Hester redefining her own sin is symbolized by the letter A. Hester's confidence and pride in doing whatever she can be a part of the community, as well as the challenges she faced as a mother and mission maker. The uses of nature alludes to community exclusion and revelation of Pearl and Hester's identities, and the influence of the Puritan community sourced people, most notably Hester, into categories that ignore the nuance of the characters.
And the following are our sources. And then thank you for listening. Big thank you to
Good morning, my name is Daniella, and today I will be analyzing the book I, Tituba, Black Witch of Salem by Maryse Conde. So first I'll start off with the summary. The novel follows Tituba, a biracial Barbadian born as a result of rape. When her mother is hanged, Tituba is run off the plantation and becomes an outcast, having known slavery but not being able to connect to society. She grows up with a spiritual herbalist, Mama Yara, learning traditional healing methods, until she marries an enslaved man, John Indian, and willingly returns to slavery on his behalf. Tituba and John Indian are sold to Samuel Paris, historically famous for starting the Salem witch trials. Paris takes them to Boston and then to Salem, where Tituba is accused of witchcraft. In prison, Tituba meets Hester Prynne from Nathaniel Hawthorne's The Scarlet Letter. Tituba survives her trial by confessing and is then sold as a servant to a Jewish merchant, Benjamin Cohen. She cares for Benjamin and his children until the Puritans murders all of his children. After this, Benjamin decides to free Tituba and sends her back to Barbados. When back in Barbados, Tituba joins a group of Maroons, who in a historical context are descendants of Africans who formed settlements away from slavery. They often mix with indigenous people and eventually evolved into separate Creole cultures. She meets Iphigene and joins its plans on a slave revolt. The couple, however, were hanged before they could execute their plans, thus allowing Tituba to join the spirit realm and pass on her knowledge to further generations. I will be analyzing this book through the lens of intersectionality, which is the interconnected nature of social categorizations as they apply to a given individual or group, creating overlapping systems of discrimination. Tituba's intersectional identities are comprised of her spirituality, gender, and race. We examine how Tituba is ostracized from both Puritan and her own Barbadian society due to her spiritual beliefs and the lack of respect for her gender and race. It is important to note that Tituba did not even know what a witch was when she first heard the term. It was completely foreign to her, and she never considered herself to be one. Upon being referred to as a witch for the first time by John Indian, she questions, "What is a witch?" I noticed when he said the word, it was marked with disapproval. Why should that be? The disdainful tone that her own husband used belittled Tituba's greatest accomplishment to seem evil. While she didn't know exactly what John Indian meant, she knew she was being judged by the one person she most wanted to accept her. Shortly thereafter, the slave mistress and her friends made remarks about Tituba, saying, "The eyes of the witch, Susanna Endicott, do be careful," as if she were not in the room, conveying that while she may be present, she has not been accepted. Tituba thought of herself as a healer and a human connection to the spirit world, something that she thought should be revered. Upon venturing back out into the slave society, however, she found that a negative reputation preceded her. She found that the terror of these people seemed like an injustice to me. They should have greeted me with sounds of joy and welcome, and presented me with a list of illnesses that I would have tried my utmost to cure. Her own community had villainized her because of the stories that had been told about her practices. She was being portrayed as demonic by the Christian faith, yet she had never known of the devil before being coerced into learning the religion. The novel incorporates many scenes where women are made inferior, such as Tituba's rape and her mother's multiple rapes, as well as the mention of Hester Prynne's adultery. In modern media, when you think of a witch, the most famous that come to mind are the Wicked Witch of the West, Maleficent, and the Sanderson sisters. Notice how they're all women, showing how women were demonized during that time, and the media continued to convey that idea. Maryse Conde pulls Hester's character directly from Nathaniel Hawthorne's The Scarlet Letter, and intertwines the timelines of each to emphasize the different types of oppression women endured in this era. Hester points out to Tituba that John Indian would never be put in the same current situation as her. She states, "Life is too kind to men, whatever their color." While Tituba was worrying about the description of the devil fitting the description of John Indian was out accusing others of witchcraft, knowing that he would never be put in the same situation that Tituba was. This made Tituba recall all the times he was praised for his strength and singing capabilities, while Tituba was always demonized for her practices in healing. Next in race, the outright racism that Tituba faced was one of the main reasons Tituba remained an outsider. In this quote, the slave mistress deems Tituba as dirty, saying, "But you will leave the cooking to me. I cannot bear to have you touching my food with the discolored waxy palms of your hands." Ironically, later in the book, Tituba becomes renowned for her cooking in prison, yet she is never praised for it because of the color of her skin. Moreover, when Betsy Paris convicted Tituba of witchcraft, her only reasoning was that Tituba's skin color made her evil. Despite Tituba caring for Betsy quite a few times, Betsy said it was all rooted in evil and witchcraft, thus fully eradicating any chances that Tituba had at assimilating in Salem society. Thank you.
Could everybody take out their phones, because we have a QR code that we made about our slides. Any email that you want, just have it up over, please. I'll be bringing candy to your classroom if you have the most points in the class.
Alright, so the most points per class is gonna win some candy tomorrow. So let's see how well you guys were listening. And if you finished that and you have some questions, maybe another minute or two to finish that up, and then we can have a conversation. Okay, so just to clarify, once you leave the room, which is going to be in about 4 minutes or so, the option to submit answers will close. So if anyone has questions, maybe you're stuck on a question and you want to ask a clarification of the presenters, now's the time where you can ask them to explain something further. Yes, we have a question.
I can project. Really great job today. Really enjoyed both of your presentations. You do that, John. Definitely deserve it. I'm wondering, I know that the first presentation mentioned some modern adaptations of the Scarlet Letter, like DZA. I don't know how familiar y'all are with that movie, but I'm wondering, if this story were to have taken place in a setting like Townsend today, how do you think your thesis would have been brought in? What elements do you think would have been the same, different, urban society, all that?
Okay, so I'm just going to try to paraphrase that, give everyone else a chance to hear it, and give them a moment to think about it. So in the first specifically, and thinking a little bit about the second novel as kind of intertextual connection, but thinking about adaptations of the Scarlet Letter, if Scarlet Letter's plot occurred in Townsend Harris today, right, how would that perhaps alter what you're thinking about in terms of your thesis? Well, the original crime is adultery, right? So I'm just going to say I don't think we police sexuality in the same way. Ben, go ahead.
I mean, the original plot depends a lot on the context and sort of situation of the time, but if something were to happen that was with similar ostracization, I'd say it would occur to a lesser extent in the school because there isn't that much of a fanatic fervor to purge anything and everything that is conformist. I mean, people dress in all sorts of different ways here, and no one really says anything about it. It's a different time and a different place and a different situation.
Okay, thank you for that question. Hopefully we have moved into a more tolerant society with some respect and understanding that difference should be awarded dignity and not persecution. Okay, I think we have to finish it up. So remember to submit your responses. Let's have a round of applause for our presenters. And now you all have to get out.
year's Humanities Symposium. We're very happy to have you here. This year's symposium theme is about outsiders. Outsiders, outcasts, and outliers in literature. And today, this band, we have two groups for you that are going to be presenting on a particular theme within that kind of idea of the outsiders. They are going to be examining the outsider within dystopian literature. So the first group that is going to be presenting for you today is their piece is entitled Touring Reality in Brave New World Through Escapism. And this piece features Nisat, Nosin, Filip, Puskarczyk, Tamanna, Rahman, and Alexandra, Yick. And the second piece we're going to look at immediately thereafter is entitled Read My Lips, Silence My Words, Expression Through Literature, and that's by Matt Duca, Diana Katanov, Gabriel Matatov, and Malak Zugari. So, without further ado, I will turn it over to our first group, and actually before I do, just keep in mind, if you have any questions for our presenters, we will have some time for Q&A at the end, so it'd be great if you could ask our experts some questions. All right. So, all right, great. Put your hands together for our first group.
Hi everyone, welcome. So today we'll be touring reality and Brave New World through escapism. So before we get to Brave New World, we want to practice with this phenomenon called TikTok versus reality. I'm sure you all are familiar with TikTok, and you're probably also familiar with the controversy surrounding its algorithm, particularly about filter bubbles created when we go on app. So say you consume certain content with certain ideologies, or you watch certain content creators in general. The algorithm is going to push that forward to keep you on the app, to not only keep you comfortable, but also keep you coming back for more. But the only problem with this is that it shields you from opposing viewpoints and makes you escape reality. So we want you to keep that in mind when watching this SNL skit on TikTok. So,
scrolling a while now, maybe take a break, sip some water, read any book, talk to a human.
When it comes to success, I mean, who's got it hardest right now? White guys.
You know, trying using like a checkout line, the self-checkout line at the grocery stores. You suck.
Sorry.
When your faith patient pulls through and breaks down.
okay, so hopefully you guys enjoyed the video and also saw some of these scenes show up. And we also want to direct your attention to the plot of this video. Basically, there's this teenager who needs to take out the trash, right? But obviously they don't want to do it. So they go on TikTok to escape that undesirable reality. But it's sort of important for them because their reality becomes worse with the app when their father figures out how to use TikTok.
Our focus text is Brave New World, as mentioned in our title. And essentially, all you really need to know is that there is a world state considered civilized, where they have stuff like their babies are born through tubes, and conditioned regarding race and sexual hierarchies, along with drug abuse and promiscuity, and also class hierarchies. And then completely different to it, and you could say its counterpart, its antithetical counterpart, is the savage reservation, which is considered uncivilized. And this is a society that considers monogamy, old age, the existence of parenthood, etc., very integral to its foundation and its being. So we'll continue to mention these differences between these two societies. adaptation. In order to understand our research, we really need to know the differences between escapism and tourism. Escapism, we tend to think of it as, the tendency to seek distraction and relief from unpleasant realities, and this can often manifest through fantastical elements in movies. Say you watch a Ghibli movie, you might be escaping throughout that. And then tourism often serves the purpose of exploring an undiscovered or novel area. We typically think of tourism as vacationing for spring break or something. You are going to Cancun, I don't know. But in our research, tourism, we do not think of it as the physical, but as the emotional. And this is typically the way you interact with the world, how you are an outsider, how you awaken to becoming an outsider in this world. So for example, you can have intrapersonal relationships, so that's with yourself, and then interpersonal relationships with others. And this can often manifest through social media like TikTok, where you are perpetually, scrolling through. A lot of people often say that TikTok, they get addicted to it. And then drugs, just the general abuse of drugs. So the overuse of social media and the abuse of drugs leads to you touring through an unknown reality, and this is how you escape.
So in our research, we found a few scholars who helped us understand the emotional aspects of tourism in the context of the novel. The main scholars we focused on were Alexandra, whose commentary helped us delve deep into the tourism aspect of escapism and how that connects to otherness and how systems of power, such as the government, seek to control it. She makes it evident that the realities of the world state and the reservation contrast to the point where either side seeks aspects of the others, stating that the juxtaposition of different perspectives shows how travelers can seek either familiarity or strangeness, for each always coexists. D.C. Cloman's thoughts on how Brave New World creates unconditional members of the world state, of which he describes as monsters or machines, ultimately destroys the identity of man. These scholars basically stated that, due to an overgrown reliance on technology, the world may morph into a previously fictional dystopian society that authors have cautioned us about.
Additionally, secondary texts such as The Giver helped us hone into the idea of emotional tourism, which, again, as you mentioned, is becoming an outsider to oneself. So in the book, there's basically this main character, Jonah, who's getting pills to help remove him of his sexual desires, thus leaving what you could say is unexplored territory in his identity, making him an emotional tourist. So when he's tasked to be the giver in the book, he also explores what the world used to be like before the experiences of human suffering, such as hunger and pain, were eradicated. So at first glance, it might seem like these experiences only made him more of an outsider, because he pulls away from the practices of his community when he realizes their true implications. However, we would argue that these experiences lead him to discovering more of his true identity in a world where the human experience is not eradicated, thus making him less of an emotional tourist to himself.
We also see these same themes show up in the book in regards to drugs, particularly an addictive drug administered by the world state called Soma. For example, here's a scene between two of the main characters of the book, John and Lenina. Once Lenina is seen essentially forcing herself onto John the Savage, she says, "Hug me till you drug me, honey. A gram is better than a dam." Here we can evidently see Lenina's dependence on the pleasure drug Soma, which is also utilized to maintain perpetual happiness. And we see throughout the book that she feels like she has to take it whenever she has intercourse with others. This ties into the lack of emotional exchange between the two characters and a loss of genuinity, not only in Lenina's relationship with others, but also her relationship with her own self. Her Soma addiction leads her to interpret her relationship with John as purely sexual. With these drugs and the conditioning that the characters endure, their sense of reality becomes really warped. A popular depiction of these simulation and simulacra, depicted by Stanford University, reveals 4 stages to simulation. Looking at the 4 stages is the reflection of a basic reality, It masks and perverts the basic reality. It masks the absence of basic reality, and it bears no relation to reality whatsoever. It is its own pure simulacrum. Some go on to read dystopian books like Brave New World and classify it as a stage 3 or 4. After all, it was written decades ago. And it's not like we live in a world where the government is administering addictive drugs. And people lack a sense of reality through the media, which may cause people to have a harder time on the intrapersonal level, their understanding of themselves, right? Well, hopefully you see that based on what we focused on, it might be closer to a level 1, a reflection of our current reality.
So, with these drugs and conditioning that the characters endure, we can see this in other parts of the book as well. So towards the end of our book, the most intelligent person governing over the world state, the person essentially linking them to the primitive past, his name is Mustafa Mon, tells John, the world's stable now. Anyone can get whatever they want, and they never want what they can't get. They're not afraid of death, they're blissfully ignorant, etc., and they're still conditioned that they practically can't help behaving as they ought to behave. So, as you can see in this scene, it reveals that the true intentions of the media in the world state is that basically various media such as pamphlets and inventory feelies, which are essentially films experienced through sight, sound, and touch, are existent to saturate the desires of the everyday person. And everything in this world exists to make you happy. But in retrospect, the so-called happiness is simulated and forced upon everyone.
To conclude, dystopian novels born of a future that is an already existing phenomena. This future is obsolete, and because it's already a reality that we live in, with our over-reliance on drugs and technology, for example, the overuse of social media apps like TikTok, and the intensive drug abuse that happens not only in adult populations, but in teenage populations like ours, we want to leave you with this thought. Are we not already living in a reality that is incapable of escape?
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move right into our next group. And if you could just put your hands together one last time
Hello everyone, today we will be presenting Read My Lips, Silence My Words, Expression through Literature. So our research aims to explore the power of literature and language by analyzing its impact in the context of different societies. Typically, we identify outsiders in literature as characters who are isolated from society and do not fit in some sort of distinct way that sets them apart from the rest of society. In our research, we wanted to twist this definition and explore how books serve as outsiders by analyzing the impact of forbidden literature on characters within different societies. The three works we chose to supplement our research are The Book Thief by Marcus Zusak, Brave New World by Aldous Huxley, and Bozak and the Little Chinese Seamstress by Dai Suji. Each of these works have helped us refine and extend our understanding of the role of prohibited literature and language because they are each set in a different time period and located in a different part of the world.
Great. So based on our definition of an outsider, we can analyze how books shape the beliefs and actions of characters by serving as a medium for expression, growth, and understanding. Across time periods, literature has proven to be an essential medium for change and redirection in societies where information is censored. Whether it be in the midst of a war, a land created for re-education, or a dystopian government, forbidden literature is a reoccurring theme that causes positive change changes for individuals who diverge from societal norms.
Our anchor text, The Book Thief, takes place in a war-ridden, oppressed German society that has been overcome by fascism and the Nazi regime. Under Hitler's rule, the government prohibits literature that does not coincide with Nazi ideologies. Liesel and Max break these laws as they navigate their lives for survival and self-fulfillment. For Liesel, books and language serve two essential purposes. In some cases, books are a sort of healing power and comfort for Liesel, and in others, books facilitate the propaganda and misinformation that is spread by the government and Nazi leaders. Max, a Jewish man who is taken in by Liesel's family, also uses books to blend into German society and literally rewrite his own story of his hardships.
So beginning with Max and his experience with literature, Max created the word shaker, a piece of work that he created by painting over the words of Mein Kampf. One of the main ways that Hitler spread mass propaganda against the Jewish people during World War II was through this book, Mein Kampf. In this book, he outlines the many faults of the Jewish people and gives reasoning to how and why Germany would be better off without the Jewish nation. In this novel, Max takes this piece of literature while hiding in the Huberman family's basement and uses it to become an author for the first time in his life, whitewashing the pages of Mein Kampf and then painting new words over the pages, literally erasing Hitler's language until it is gagging, suffocating under the pain. Max utilizes literature to free himself both figuratively and literally from the hateful words and oppression that the world was seeking against him. Max was able to express a vast amount of emotion, more than the rest of the world allowed him to in a small, closed-off basement, because of the power that literature provided him with. Some of the existing research on the topic of literature comes from Susan Koppitz's Words from the Basement, Marcus Suzak's The Book Thief, which works to establish a central meaning that any basement, whether real or metaphorical, can be transformed into a shelter where goodness reigns, that any place of darkness and walled-in tragedy can be transfigured, in the end, by the extraordinary power of words. The symbol of the basement is used as a medium to demonstrate how literature has the ability to provide hope and serve as a medium for self-growth and expression.
Brave New World is set in a futuristic society inspired by Ford, where people are conditioned from birth to act and think a certain way based on their predetermined social caste. Shakespeare's tragedies are a prime example of banned literature that is considered taboo because his works promote ideals which directly retract from the world state's vision of happiness and tranquility. John the Savage exemplifies the opposing extreme to individuals in the world state. While individuals in the world state are completely oblivious to human suffering and romantic love, John becomes fixated on living a life that parallels Shakespeare's life. In the novel, John's social and spiritual values are shaped by the Shakespearean novels he reads growing up, which affect his interpersonal relationships in and out of the world state.
When John sees Lamina, he quotes Shakespeare and perceives her as a reflection of the beauty he admires in Shakespeare's The Tempest. His exposure to Shakespeare allows him to see the beauty of love and mankind. John's ideals also come clashing with Mustafa Kemal, one of the 10 leaders of the world state. They argue about the importance of Shakespeare, and how Shakespeare is no longer necessary in the world because there's stability and happiness. Kemal declares, you've got to choose between happiness and what people used to call high art. However, for John, he has already made the decision. John makes the decision to embrace suffering because it allows him to see the beauty in Shakespeare. He declares, I ate civilization. It poisoned me. I was defiled.
In Balzac and the Little Chinese Seamstress, Lo and Ma are sent to the mountains to be re-educated alongside other young intellectuals. This motive of re-education by the government was part of China's Up to the Mountains and Down the Countryside movement during the 1960s and the 1970s. In this movement, educated youth were removed from their urban homes and sent to the countryside to learn how to work by poor peasants.
During their re-education, the boys encountered the little seamstress, who Lo quickly takes a liking to. Fascinated by the boys' city life, the little seamstress wants to learn to read, and they go on a hunt to find banned books. While the government was intent on censoring classic Chinese and Western literature by burning and prohibiting books, Lo and Ma found a different way to educate themselves and a little seamstress. By stealing revolutionary books and reading them to the little seamstress, Lo and Ma give her a more open mindset to greater opportunities in her own life. When they first meet the little seamstress, they see her as a beautiful but ignorant girl because of her lack of education or knowledge. Lo tells Ma, "With all these books, I swear, I'll transform the little seamstress. She'll never be an ignorant mountain girl again." Despite the little seamstress's lack of knowledge, the boys used their findings of suppressed European literature to teach the little seamstress. After reading revolutionary and classic books for months, the little seamstress displays a clear change in character as she becomes more motivated to explore and learn. At the end of the movie, the little seamstress states, "I've decided, I'm leaving," to which Lo responds, "What changed you?" To which she replies, "Balzac." Her decision to stray away from societal norms and venture in a new city contributed to the influence of books and information that was forbidden in her village. Literature allows the little seamstress to explore options that she never had before. Exploring our pieces of literature through a humanistic psychology critical lens, whether it be Max, Liesel, the little seamstress, or John Savage, every single character faces a dual nature with literature, unsure of whether they have positive or negative experiences with it. Looking closely for Max, Mein Kampf was the book that put him in a position of danger and constant fear as it constantly oppressed his faith and background. However, at the same time, it also freed him and allowed him to safely get to the Huberman family's home while in transport to their basement to help blend in with German society. As for Liesel, she feels a close connection to the words that she reads and oftentimes utilizes it to take her own and others' minds off of the dangerous world around her. However, as with much good, she also notices the vast damage that literature has the potential to deal, as it did for people like Max. For a little seamstress, literature enables her to free herself from the constraints society placed on her for being a female who wanted to be educated and reap the benefit of a book, but also forcing her to abandon her familial values and leave her home to pursue a more equal lifestyle. Lastly, as for John the Savage, literature allowed him to be more understanding and in tune of his emotions compared to people who complied with the world state. But it also caused him to commit suicide at the end of the book for participating in a group orgy. He was so disgusted by his compliance with his desires that he decided to end his life. These values of disgust were instilled in him from Shakespeare's writing.
Others will argue that censored literature negatively impacts the readers. Rather than empowering readers, literature can alter their ideas and make them struggle with the reality of the real world. John met a tragic end because he could not deal with the differences between the reality and the romantic life that Shakespeare promised. He says, "I want God, I want poetry, I want real danger, I want freedom, I want goodness." However, John's beliefs in isolation are not created because of books. He is a product of his environment. He was abandoned by his father, and never had a true mother that cared for him. Shakespeare gave him love, curiosity, and hope. The cold and callous nature of the brave new world leaves John self-loathing and in despair as he whips himself and later commits suicide. Moreover, this does pose the question of where the happy medium for literature lies. Would John have been better off without Shakespeare? While we cannot give a definitive answer, we have observed how literature has been a necessary factor. Helmholtz and Bernard were both characters of brave new world who were unhappy and unfulfilled in the world state without literature. When John shares Shakespeare with them, it brings them excitement and a new meaning to life. Similarly, Liesel experiences how words can be powerful, but also brings up emotions of hate and anger. Liesel is reminded by the death of her parents and her hate for the Nazi regime through a singular word. In the novel, she encounters this conflict. As the word communist seized her, the remainder of the Nazi recital swept by. Either side, lost somewhere in the German feet around her. Waterfall words, the bread treading water. She thought again, communism. All of these emotions control Liesl briefly. Liesl is able to overcome them and challenge her anger and hatred into something greater and positive. Overall, literature has a more positive impact on the characters and allows them to channel their emotions through self-expression.
Even in sophisticated civilizations like the United States, countries actively attempt to censor what children and adults read nowadays. In fact, every book on this list has been banned in some form or another at some point throughout history. One of the many anxieties people have about literature is that it empowers the reader with knowledge to make their own decisions. Today's age, the characters in our stories and future generations will all benefit from literature. There will always be a need for literature in the lives of youngsters and the young age, people regardless of the technology that is developed or the time that has passed. Thank you.
Okay, two excellent presentations and some good news. It seems that we will have some time for questions. So, I know you've been thinking about these questions the whole time. At this time, raise your hand if you have a question for either of our groups. Any questions out there? Yes. Oh, great.
Text analysis and like why is the United States sophisticated civilization? It has nothing to do with text analysis, but like why is the United States a sophisticated civilization?
The United States is one of the most major countries in the world, and it's considered an economic and political power, so it's a sophisticated civilization. It's a first world country.
However, what makes it really different from like say communist China, which is also a world power?
Okay, I'm going to move just to keep it from becoming a back and forth. I see Ms. Hishman, you have a question, Professor?
Yeah, so thank you both so much for an amazing presentation, each group. My question to you is this. You've discussed both like the dangers of TikTok as social media and the values of literature, but it seems like in each of these texts, the protagonist, even if they are enabled to feel emotions, ultimately the social community kind of shuts it down, like not to be bleak or anything. So how could we as individuals take this power that we know individual books has and deploy it, or like, you know, how could the individual shift things so that it's not just an individual effect, but has some change? Like Brave New World, he kills himself and like, that's it. It's over, right? Nazi Germany, communist China. So how could we push out a little bit? Any ideas?
That's a good question.
It's a really hard question.
No, I guess just like keeping on the topic of like keeping literature and books, obviously it's not easy to portray your voice and like spread an idea to a large group of people, but I think one way that could be done is, let's say if you were to publish a book the way that in The Book Thief, Max had literally rewritten his own story over Mein Kampf, and in that way, you know, if he had that book published, it would reach a lot of different people, and it could have ended up all over the world. So I think in that way you're able to, you know, not only have your feelings inside yourself, but also relay that onto the rest of the world.
Great. Do you have any other questions? Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Just to talk about our thesis, I definitely think that the existence of these books and us being able to read it really helps us sort of see the dangers within the book. And the other thing mentioned, like it being banned somewhat, and also knowing that this is more powerful than these books, and knowing that this is what these like systems of power don't want us to read. And I also think a big part of what put in our thesis, the media, not being able to access that in the world state, is what prevents very constant. And so being able to do that and identify with it is really important and gives you more power when you see that.
I just wanted to add on that you could think of it in a different way. With our conclusion, we said that the society is incapable of escape. And often, what you said is true. He kills himself. He subdues himself to the control of the society. In 1984, we see something similar. Wilson, I think it starts with a W, his protagonist. Winston, thank you. Winston, essentially, he's so conditioned by that government. Like, throughout the book, he's a rebellious character. But towards the end, the government instills within him that they reign supreme. So you could say that the existence of these literatures are enough for the entire society to feel something, to rebel. But at the end of the day, you are still an emotional tourist that can't escape what the supreme society has already brought on to you.
Very nice. We told you there were experts in this. So that actually, because those answers were so thorough to an excellent question, Professor, that concludes our Q&A time. So thank you so much for
coming. There's a lot of you here. These rows down come out this way. These rows up go out that way. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, have a great day.
Oh, yeah, yeah. The other four It was better,
Why is this person?
Oh, okay. It was good. How are you feeling?
We could hear it in your voice. And and as much as we worked on it, we still all pronounce these names differently.
We practiced it all of last night.
Yep, Matt did it differently.
We were last night. We were like low, not loud, low, lethal. Why don't you get up there and close out the window? Yeah. It was a big crowd today too. Yeah, it was really good. Wow, it was full. Well, congratulations. After I did the first one.
All right, everyone who is still with us, there is some pastry snacks that the professor just kind of brought in. They're brought in front. And a quick pick me up. And then all presenters and judges, make sure go to the classic office 112, where there's still 15 feet of pluralism left. 15 feet. 15. So what I did is I laid them all out, and then I brought in like a Costco tinfoil thing. So it's like in between sessions, go back, grab sessions, wrap them up, take 5 of them. But I would do it before, you know, the non-judges, non-presenters get to it. That door is unlocked.
Oh yeah, I know.
There's dangerously food in there. Also, there's potato salad and coleslaw. It's a little hot in here. There's so much that you could swim in it.
Just a little, yeah.
But I wouldn't recommend it. After like 12 o'clock. So I would go get that too.
No. That's my guess.
Remember, I was contacting you at like the very beginning of the year about this amazing and my sister was like, no.
It is so hot. And it's cold out there. I haven't seen any of the hot dogs.
I'm in the best spot. So I will concentrate on my picture.
You happen to be your humanities. Yeah. I didn't know you. I remember my parents go to you like we were in the Townsend building and we were talking about the video.
Oh, so the air conditioning is working out there. Well, you heard the bangs earlier.
Yeah, that was like ridiculous. I don't know if you went in there.
I know.
But I thought that would be
What
more
a
of a catastrophe.
giant went what was the guy from Chaplin?
Yeah, it was horrible.
Yeah.
Well, then things would go on.
Oh, yeah. But so much is cheap. Right. Most of it did. Most of it did not have
Hello?
You can order your Keeper Stage shirts now. Check your email.
Guys, check your emails on a daily basis, thank you.
On an hourly basis.
Sometimes, yeah.
Once every minute.
Every second.
I never check my email.
Every millisecond?
I have an animated profile.
So I told the guy who was like, just read your ID.
I love the outfit. You look like you're ready to go hunting. And now I'm getting
Probably all everything's the same. Well, do you have it all set up already? Is it good?
blocking the field. No, it's okay to stand here. No, you don't have to go. It's okay to stand right here because nothing's going on yet.
For reference.
Yeah.
We're just finding a seat. Okay.
But you can block it. It's okay. In between, you can block it so nobody hears it. Where's the
Filling all the seats, no empty seats. fill in all the seats, don't leave empty seats, fill in all the seats. Welcome to the 2022 Humanities Symposium. It's so nice to have you all here in person. And with that, we are going to jump right into things here. And let me introduce our two presenters today, which are going to be first, we have Filip and Nathaniel, whose presentation is entitled Lost Children, Linking Otherness to Pedagogy, Social Maturity, and Open-Mindedness. And our second presenters are Alexi Diaz, Jolene Hernandez, Adesola Madara, and Haley O'Toole and Nadia Santo. And they are going to be presenting on running through the maze, navigating normal and relationships through neurodiversity. So, with that being said, we'll kind of jump right in here with our first presenters of the day. And put your hands together for Filip and Aviv.
Hello, so good morning everybody. I am Filip, this is Aviv Bataya, and today we are presenting The Lost Children, Linking Otherness to Pedagogy, Social Maturity, and Open-Mindedness.
Our text's focus is titled Lost Children Archive, a contemporary novel composed 3 years ago in 2019 by Mexican writer and essayist Valeria Luise. Now, to start our presentation, we want to open with a quote from the essay which formed the basis of this project. The work of artists is not quite so removed from that of engineers and mathematicians as that they all seek solutions. Fuseli uses her novel to seek a solution of her own, that the true nature of the struggle at the Mexican-American border. Through her writing, she contends that this is not a foreign problem, but a national one.
Now, before we get into the crux of our presentation, we do want to talk a little bit about the background of our novel. So this novel follows an unnamed family on a road trip from New York City to Arizona. Along the way, due to parents' work, they're both documentarists. The father works investigating an Otopachi tribe, and the mother investigates the fight of the Mexican-American border. Along the way, the children get to learn about both, and the children become engrossed in the stories they hear, and as a result, they want to actually effectuate change by helping the children who are immigrating to America from Mexico. And to do so, they set off by themselves into the desert, and at the end of the novel, they reunite with their parents at a natural landmark entitled Echo Canyon.
We had 3 goals in establishing this project. The first was to formulate an analysis of Fuseli's outsider figure that relates exclusion to pedagogical interests. The second was to examine the social and ethical connotations behind her outsider figure. And the third was to show that the outsider view is more valuable than that of an insider in the social maturity and open-mindedness it offers the holder. And before I go on, I just want to clarify that the term insider we'll be using to refer to those who are not socially ostracized.
And this is just a roadmap of our presentation, but also it also functions as a roadmap of our essay. You can see that we have 3 prongs for each of the concepts and ends that we're trying to prove, and the most important prongs we discussed that will help us do just that. Now the first thing we're going to discuss is the family road trip and what that reveals about Fuseli's nameless family of 4. So as I'm sure anyone could relate to when you're going on a road trip with a bunch of young children, the spirit of Inquisition can run rampant, which is just a glorified way to say that there are a lot of questions that need to be answered. So they start off very simple, very generic, very relatable. How much more, how much longer, when will we get there? Those are questions that I myself have asked on a road trip. Now, as the road trip continues, the questions become a little bit harder to answer. As they begin to learn about their mother's work investigating the Mexican-American border, they start to ask about the immigration. They say, why are they here? Why did they come to the United States? What will we do with them? Why did they flee their homes? These questions are a lot harder to answer, but they're no more syntactically complex. Each of them are only a few words apiece, but they're much harder to answer because they are questioning the audience. And while the answers could not be answered immediately, the questions still prompted answers, and as a result of the questions, the hidden implications of commonplace definitions were revealed. So the mother was able to realize that, for example, the word undocumented literally means you lack documentation, but what it really means is people who will be removed. Same thing for reservation. It really means expulsion of people seeking refuge. Now, this is where the mother realizes that those with the insider perspective, they are asking questions. They're just asking the wrong ones.
Now, in order to better understand what this means, we turn our attention to Plato's Apology, one of the Socratic dialogues in which Socrates offers a defense for his corrupting the youth of Athens before a court. Here is an excerpt from an article by Thomas Brickhouse and Nicholas Smith about how Socratic intellectualism would define the qualities of an insider mind and those who possess one. Their actions, and in this case questions, are not dictated by their emotions, but rather by their beliefs. And because their set of beliefs tends to be well-defined, it can be difficult for them to view things from a different perspective, out of pride for their own values. In other words, they hold fast to their own beliefs while rejecting all others. Throughout the Apology, we also observe the tenet which defines Socratic philosophy. One must admit their ignorance before knowledge can be gained. Wisdom is understanding how little one knows and how much one still has to learn. It is for this doctrine that Socrates was put on trial in the first place, as the people of Athens began to feel self-conscious, which is to say that they could not admit their own ignorance. Looking at this first quote on the left, the wording may seem confusing, as it appears that Socrates is himself prideful of his elevated wisdom, but reading on reveals that his true credo is humility. Here's the quote. Quote, I am wiser than this man, for neither of us really know anything fine and good, but this man thinks he knows something when he does not. Whereas I, as I do not know anything, do not think I do either. The quote that accompanies it, taken from Fuseli's text, bears a striking resemblance and is spoken by the unnamed mother. Again, quote, sometimes a little light can make you aware of the dark. Unknown space that surrounds it, of the ignorance that envelops everything we think we know. And that recognition and coming to terms with darkness is more valuable than all the knowledge we may ever accumulate.
Now, it's one thing to be an outsider, it's another to be the child of an outsider. So on one hand, they're an outsider simply by nature of, because of the social standing of their family. But on another hand, they're outsiders because they are children. Inherently, children are less mature in both mind and body, and as a result, they have a quality that they lose as they become adults, and that is innocence. Now, children live by this factor. They live more carefree lives, and as a result, they form a perception of reality that is a little bit more positive.
The novel offers a chance for an adult to feel like a child, and the result is an upheaval of norms, not based on common stereotypes, as one might expect from hearing that phrase, upheaval of norms, but rather based on the distinction between a child, literal child, and what it means to be childlike. Now we'll take a closer look at the children's wanderings and what more there is to learn about the boy and the girl as they start on their journey.
So embedded inside Lucelli's novel is actually an additional text. She calls it the Elegies for Lost Children. So it's Lucelli's way of introducing her own opinion into the novel, her own opinion on the crisis at the border, by describing a first-person recount of immigration and emphasizing the emotions of desperation and hope. Now, of course, the children have been learning all throughout their road trip, all throughout their journey. They've been learning from their mother. They've heard stories. They themselves have actually read the Elegies for Lost Children. But when they go out into the desert, they learn from something very different. They learn from experience. It's one thing to hear stories. It's one thing to read a book. It's another to actually feel the emotions that those children felt. It's another to feel desperation and hope. And these two quotes show the change in their thought process fairly clearly. At the beginning, they think this journey, their helpful excursion is going to be easy. They think that it can easily be found if they get lost. But at the end, they have a comprehensive understanding of the immigration experience. It's not easy at all.
So now we ask the age-old question. How do outsider figures come to formulate opinions on human life if they're ostracized from everyday social affairs? I'm sure that was the question on all of your minds. Well, a comparison of Fyodor Dostoevsky's underground man in his novella Notes in the Underground to Lucelli's Lost Children reveals just that. They observe normal people doing normal things and then criticize them for it. But some of these criticisms seem outrageously immoral and crude as they do here. But for the lack of courteous presentation, are they really incorrect or rational? First, consider that rational thought is not necessarily defined by what is most widely accepted as rational. In fact, there is no true way to define rationality for certain, so we must be empathetic with our analysis of outsider figures before jumping to conclusions that their views or ideas are rational. Those with insider perspectives are close to a small set of values and beliefs, which then become the grounds for their interpretation of reality. As a result, everyone in this audience probably has a different interpretation of what is rational and what is not. Those with the outsider perspective don't have this problem, and they're instead able to observe a wide array of values and beliefs with which they do not necessarily identify, and then they're able to formulate a set of their own beliefs.
Now, the key to understanding the difference in these two perspectives is how they are transmitted. So the insider perspective moves from person to person. It moves from insider to insider, from family to family. In contrast, the outsider perspective is almost entirely fabricated by the outsider himself. For that reason, it's much more malleable, although it may come off as a bit more unsure. So in these two quotes, you can see that on the left, we see an underground man speak so much through aphorisms that he gives to lose the truth behind his own statements. And on the right, we see even Karamazov struggle to understand the concept of free will, so that he concludes man cannot stand it because the responsibility that comes with choice is just too much.
Now, open-mindedness is an unconscious result of gaining an outsider perspective. An outsider is constantly searching either for ways to fit themselves back into society, which is less common, or more commonly, for ideas that will constitute the basis for developing their own philosophy. This inherently renders the outsider perspective more potent than that of an insider. Without an open mind, it is easy for insiders to reject these ideas on a whim, as they do not align with the set of ideas that they already laid out for themselves. Should they be able to adopt an open mind, they would likely see a shift in their perspective.
And lastly, the path to maturity and wisdom. So Lucelli accomplishes this last prong through intermediality. So you can see that this slide is entirely composed of photographs that the unnamed son takes. You notice that there's a few distinctive factors about all of them. There are these white blurs. That means that when he took them, he prematurely exposed them to sunlight. They're all blurry, which means that his hands were very shaky when he was taking them. Many of them lack distinction. I don't see anything particularly worthy of commemoration in these photographs, yet that's not really the point. As Lucelli notes, these photographs are an index, not so much of the things photographed, but the instant the boy finally learned to photograph them. Each of these photographs tell a story, though it's not one that they can tell by themselves. Each of No one could guess that this photo, first and foremost up front, tells the story of an 11-year-old boy who finally learned how to use a Polaroid photograph that he got for his birthday. And I hope the idea of needing an additional piece of information or additional perspective to fully understand a point is something that I've helped you with today from our presentation.
Here to our next group.
Today we'll be presenting Running Through the Maze, Navigating Normal and Relationships Through Neurodiversity. Okay, so these are our progress checks, and these are the topics that we will be speaking on, and you can see our key text and media above. So overall, despite our population consisting of a vast range of people with unique traits, society has constantly propagated a standard of what being normal is, which leads to the marginalization of neurodiverse people. Through analyzing various novels and films, we achieved an in-depth look into not only how the protagonists are burdened with the pressure to succumb to pre-existing expectations, but also how literature deals with these topics. So for our first history, in the setting of modern society, in a culture where open-mindedness is cultivated and awareness is a vitality, it seems almost effortless to forget that centuries ago, the culture was wildly different. In ancient times and ancient cultures, mental illness or disability was categorized as religious punishment or demonic possession. These harmful superstitions continued on into the Middle Ages and enabled unceasing stigmatization of mental disability. As shown above, the image represents hydrotherapy, a form of maltreatment in the 1800s. To understand the shift of neurodiversity and to understand the timeline more cohesively, we can look at the treatment of autism, one type of neurodiversity. In the 1900s, Leo Kanner, a psychiatrist, sought to research autism. However, in his search of a groundbreaking discovery, he selfishly insisted that autism was a rare and solely negative facet of the human mind. This seed of a concept allowed for decades of research to be dedicated towards discovering a cure and a desire to be normal. But what is normal? Presented here are a few significant definitions as found by Merriam-Webster. However, I'd like to emphasize the first, normal. In a culture shaped by stigmas and stereotypes, society has reached its definition, occurring naturally or characterized by average intelligence or development, free from mental disorder. It is by this definition of normal that society operates and rebukes those who deviate from it. This burden of normality reflects a deeper and pressing internal urge to constantly conform. Despite society's steps forward, and the rise of the neurodiversity movement, which seeks to promote acceptance, this burden of normality perseveres. These opposing sides, those who subscribe to the norm and those who seek to abolish it, coexist in modern society. It is at the hand of society's need to label, normal or abnormal, and the need to categorize that neurodivergent people fall victim to.
Labeling. So before we talk about labeling, we're going to do a little activity. Raise your hand every time each statement applies to you. Raise your hand if you wear glasses. Okay, put your hands down. Raise your hand if you speak another language. Okay, put your hands down. And lastly, raise your hand if you're a woman. Okay, put your hands down. This little activity was a prime example of what labeling is. We all have aspects of qualities that we put labels on. And based off those qualities and assumptions. Labeling is when you categorize a certain person or persons using a descriptive word or a phrase. Anyone who seems to be different from society or not normal is given a label, which contributes to society's way of telling them that they don't belong. So Societal labeling is usually done based off the first glance of a person. Just like the activity, those with glasses, you must be labeled as smart or bookworm. Those who are women must be viewed as inferior to men. Those who speak another language, you all must be from another country. The need to labels will help society compartmentalize the different behavior between people. Especially with neurodivergent people, society labels them as crippled and treats them as if they're less than human because of their disability.
Now we're going to talk about labeling consequences. Labeling a person or group as different has several harmful implications. Beyond the external consequences that neurodivergent people face as a result of labeling, such as bullying, these marginalized groups have the potential to internalize their labels and act on them. This is what's referred to as the self-fulfilling prophecy. A prophecy is an expectation made for oneself, formed based on societal influences. These ideologies can become internalized where the subject acts on the expectations society has set for them, therefore validating them. One of the main texts we covered is the novel Flowers for Algernon by Daniella. Charlie Gordon went from being a neurodivergent character to a more normal conforming person through a brain surgery, thus presenting a unique character to study. As Charlie grew more intelligent, he gains better awareness of his past and grasps his position in society before the operation, when people took advantage and belittled him. It's apparent that Charlie internalized and acted on these societal labels when Charlie separates his preoperative self entirely from his current self by using third-person pronouns when he refers to the past Charlie. He talks to his own reflection, representing the old Charlie through a bathroom mirror. He reinforces the idea that his intelligent state should be completely distinguished from the unaware Charlie, thereby validating the ideologies society had in place for his neurodivergent self. He was not truly himself before the operation. He feels the need to fight the old Charlie from reclaiming his body as he regresses back into his past self. In this way, Charlie shows self-fulfilling prophecy as he upholds the idea that he grew into a proper person through his increased intelligence.
Not only do we see the consequences of labeling in literature, we see it in films too. Let's look at the American classic, Forrest Gump. In the classic American film, the director ultimately pokes fun at neurodiverse people and perpetuates the idea that neurodivergent success is humorous and simply unrealistic through the development of his storyline. It shows the endeavors which neurodiverse people must overcome. Now let's look at a brief clip from the film where Forrest Gump is meeting and learning about his son for the first time. Please pay close attention to what Forrest Gump's main concern is.
Forrest, there's nothing you need to do, okay? You didn't do anything wrong. Okay? Isn't he beautiful?
It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. But is he smart?
He's very smart. He's one of the smartest in his class.
Okay, so did you notice what his first concern was? His concern was surrounded by his son's intelligence. Forrest was worried about that his child was quote-unquote dumb because of the labels that was placed on him consistently throughout life. This label contributed to the persistent bullying and discrimination which Forrest faced throughout his life, and he simply does not want his son to endure that. Forrest becomes worked up because there's an instant burden relieved off his shoulders. Although Forrest seems content and happy within his life, we see the internalized feelings which he has towards his own neurodivergence. So these are the consequences of labeling. So society causes people to internalize the labels which are placed on them. So to avoid being labeled and avoid discrimination, people have a tendency to camouflage as a way to appease to society standards. So we read an article, A Global Perspective on Autism Acceptance, Camouflaging Behaviors, and Mental Health in Autism Spectrum Disorder, a registered report protocol by Connor Tom Keating, spoke about the conclusions and observations made while those with neurodiversity were attempting to camouflage. Camouflaging is a tactic that people with autism use to seem quote-unquote normal, or in other words, to hide their autism or their disability. In research, it was concluded that the increased rates of camouflaging led to increased rates of autism acceptance. So this is because people are different and they're succumbing to the societal standards of being normal. Camouflaging puts an unnecessary pressure on those to conform to society, and it's a society which isn't accessible or conducive for people with neurodiversity to thrive in. So this is the epitome of the burden of normality.
Coming off the topic of camouflage, the next story that we analyzed was Kafka's Metamorphosis. I know what you're thinking. How does this relate to neurodivergent? I'll explain. Through the use of magical realism, such as distortion of time and magical elements, Kafka was able to navigate readers through the protagonist Gregor's mental disability and how his family treats him differently, not only because he appears as a bug, but because his mentality was as a bug. This is frequently shown through the novel, especially when Gregor first reveals himself to his family. Don't be mistaken, the family was mortified. Why wouldn't you be? He was a bug, right? So, however, on the forefront of their mind was whether Gregor was going to go to work or not. Throughout the story, Kafka subtly explains the trauma that Gregor has experienced prior to the start of the novel, enabling him to become the bug, meaning that Gregor never had a normal childhood, always being dependent on by his family and never appreciated. Therefore, he seeks validation and comfort from others. Again, through the physical appearance of the bug, Kafka was able to tell a story of neurodivergent character without having to explicitly say it.
So through literature, films, and history, it shows us the pressure that neurodiverse people have to endure. It makes us cognizant of our own privilege. Normalcy shouldn't exist because it's a made-up faction, because humans need to categorize themselves, because society cannot function without classification. Literature reinforces these ideas because the protagonist never comes to terms with not being normal. They instead are forced into attempting to fit an unrealistic societal construct of normalcy. Society should have the attitude of treating people like a box of chocolates because you never know what you're going to get.
Okay, very nice. And the good news is we have a few minutes. And what we're going to do in those few minutes is ask our panelists some questions. So, does anybody have a question for either of our panelists at this time that you want to ask? Take 20 seconds to talk to somebody near you. Come up with a question, and we'll share a couple of them out. Do we have a question for our panelists? We have a question up here. If you can just ask it to the microphone. Everybody's attention.
What influenced you to write about this? The girls. What influenced you to write about the awareness? What influenced you guys to write about like awareness, labeling? You can use this mic right here.
Okay. Is it on? Or do I have to turn it?
Yeah. Just the power.
I mean, I can just talk.
Sure.
Okay. So what influenced us to write about neurodiversity? We actually watched a documentary. So we read Flowers for Algernon, our thesis text. So we got like really interested. Oh, okay.
So we got really interested about like the neurodiversity and like Charlie, the protagonist in Flowers for Algernon, separating himself with his
after surgery self. So then we actually went on to watch a documentary called Crib Camp, and I would totally recommend that you all watch it because it's about like the humanitarian crisis that faces people with neurodivergence and like physical disabilities, mental disabilities, and this will bring you along the journey. And there's been so much, protests, reforms, the disability acts, and like the hidden discrimination that even our own cities have towards people with these, accessibility issues. Mental health professionals aren't as accessible to people. So I think this is a reason why we decided to write about this because it's an ongoing problem.
Great, thank you very much. And that is time for another question. Anybody else have a question for our panelists? I see a hand in the center here. Making my way up. Raise your hand again. Right there.
Do you have any specific examples of ways neurodivergent people have to mask around normal people?
Okay, so this is like it's kind of like what we talked about with the idea of camouflaging. So, if, let's just use the example of, let's say someone has like a sensory issue, right? And, loud noises really like bother them. So they might have to leave, might not go to certain events because of this issue. So they can't live a life that's like a life which we live because people aren't as accepting and isn't as, open-minded to the ideas of these things. So it happens all the time, and this is why I always say to be nice to people because you never know what's going on behind closed doors, or you don't know the full extent to what a person is enduring. You could encounter someone with like discrete autism or like, low spectrum autism, and you would have no idea. So that's what,
Great, thank you. That's time, I think. Or do you have something really quick?
No, I just,
Do you want to?
thank you.
Yeah.
So thank you both so much for two great presentations. This question is for both of you. Both of the presentations focused a lot on like the internal consciousness and the internal awareness, but does empathy have a role in any of these books, or like what others in the community like face in any of the works, not just the books? Is there any kind of message about empathy or how we can spread empathy in these books?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I think that's actually what the linking feature between these two presentations is the power of empathy and drawing conclusions from outsider literature, outsider figures in literature. I know for us, this was our main goal in establishing this project, was to use outsider literature to draw conclusions about everyone's philosophy, not just about outsider philosophy, without having to go through, actually being socially ostracized and going through all this. And I feel like the things that we learn from outsider experiences are extremely valuable. And if we were to, sort of view that from the other side and be empathetic, as you were saying, then we could draw a lot of information and sort of gain a better understanding of like how to think and how to, be yourself, I guess.
I'm going to actually stop it there. Aviv, that was just so beautiful. I think it's great to end there. All right, so thank you so much for coming, for attending. It's really important to us, to our presenters that are here to support us in this way, so thank you. And we're going to send you off to your, send you back to school. Look at Mr. Sweeney. Basically, if you are in that section that he's gesturing toward, you will exit that way. And, if you're in the rear of the airplane, then you should exit up that way. Have a great day, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we have to get to the more perfect plan. Make sure it takes note of that. It's a great slide. Yeah, exactly. We had talked about this at 8 or 7. And again, that does relatively straightforward words.
Okay, we'll be doing audio tests, paying attention to audio tests, the spoiler.
I'm not sharing anything.
This is paying no attention, I know what's going on. Too loud?
I'm not doing that. Let's take that back up. This. This is your periodic reminder, seniors, presenters, again, 15 feet of sandwiches are in the class office. I need you to eat all 15 feet, okay? So if you have not gone to, we have refreshment? You all, if you have a, what band is it? You're on the band 5 here? If you have a band 6 lunch, so I can direct you to the classic office, room 112, 15 feet of sandwiches need to be eaten. You might see seniors in there. Don't be afraid of that. Tell them I said, the twin said that you must eat sandwiches. Please. Okay? So, seniors, if you're coming back, go after this, or if you have time, run. There's Costco-sized tinfoil. Wrap them up. Wrap up 3. Wrap up 5. If you can't wrap up the potato salad in the tinfoil, you could, but I wouldn't recommend it. But please eat the potato salad too. I estimate we have at least, at most, 1 hour and 40 minutes before I have to stop recommending a potato salad. Okay? All right.
Hello. long enough.
The question is great, especially when your question like push rules are there, and it lets you just throw some answers.
Because I was also trying to get it so that the other people could.
Yeah, which was nice. An opportunity for that. So I think that was good.
All right, I have to run out. You're stuck here all day, right? I am. You're not going to win. No. I'm going to take advantage of that.
Starting the next band, I have 4 from my classes in a row.
Oh, wow.
So I will just do your grade read.
Okay, great. Good for you. Jasmine. No? Great, this is one.
By the way, be very careful because there's what I'm sure is not a water.
Oh, okay, great.
It's another sign.
I'm going to pass them.
And I'm pretty sure it's not a water.
All right, sorry. I have to...
All right, we're going to begin in a few minutes. Seniors in the back rows, if So there's a few other classes that might be coming. If it looks at a certain point like we're really filling up this place, then I need you to like consolidate. Okay, so just keep your eye on it. We can't have anyone standing in the aisles or anything. So if like, see these 2 rows that are empty there? If those are filled up, then Amelia, Audrey, all of you in that row move back. You keep talking. Once again, 15 feet of sandwiches is a reminder. 15 feet sandwiches are currently in room 112. Good, I hear there's only 10 feet left. 10 feet is still a lot of feet. I don't know what you're saying. I'm not, what? Sorry. I hear you, I'm not repeating it, because that might deter some people. Lots of potato salad. I have to push the potato salad. Okay, so fill in the full aisle, people coming in. Do not sit, do sit, but don't sit at the end of the aisle, but the end of the aisle. Fill in the full aisle. Every seat must be sat in. We'll begin in 3 minutes. Leave no seat. I see an empty seat over there. No seat. Move over, move over, move over. Fill in every available seat as you come in. People coming in, fill in every available seat.
How come there's no AC on it?
No idea.
Fill in every available seat. Listen to William Reed over there. He's ultimately in charge. Our usher.
I'm using your name.
Yeah,
sure. Because I don't know her.
Move all the way down. All the way down. All the way to the end of the row. Sit down, sit down, sit down. Move all the way to the end of the row. Sit down. No, this is stand up. Move all the way down. All the way. Take one of the
She told me that.
Oh, we already called them about I spoke to that alien and sit down and started
Oh wait, no, I didn't do it. All right, we are going to begin. So everyone, can I have your attention? Welcome to the symposium. This is band 5 and the 4th panel of the day, called Reality and Outsiders. So the whole symposium is about outsiders, the theme outside the box, both outsiders, outcasts, and outliers in literature. So we have these groups are joined by this common theme of reality and outsiders. We have one group where
reality versus fiction, the line between the two is being blurred in dystopian texts, and particularly looking at the role of women as the outsiders within that paradigm. And then another group is looking at the distinction between human and not human, so real human and artificial human. So there should be, you should see connection between both, even though they didn't work together. All right, so I'm going to introduce them. They're going to take over. First, we have Vera, Julia Jinu, Ashley Sharma, and Pratima Singh with An Outsider's Journey Inwards, the human, not human, and the journey towards consciousness. Wait, no deal. And then after them, directly following, you'll see Lauren Choi, Noemi Enriquez, Olivia Fang, Fatima Jana, and Crystal Lin with Is Fiction Becoming Reality? The hyperbolic mirror of dystopian societies in relation to gender. So without further ado, please welcome the first group, give them a round of applause.
Hello everyone, I'm Vera. This is Julia. So today we'll be presenting our project entitled An Outsider's Journey Inward, the Human, Not Human, and the Journey Towards Consciousness. So before we go into our main thesis text, No Longer Human, we'd like to introduce the American dystopian show, Westworld. So the series introduces a Western setting in which all characters act the parts of cowboy, cowgirl, and millennials. In reality, this setting is known as the park, in which wealthy human beings can pay to enter in order to indulge their various fantasies, from mass murder to sexual assault, that are then carried out by androids. These androids, called hosts, are programmed to be incapable of harming any living being, and inevitably suffer unfathomable forms of abuse at the hands of the guests. As a result, every host is restricted by a continuous loop of existing storylines created for their prospective characters, and they undergo memory wipes and enhancements as the storylines change.
The following clip shows Maeve, the host madam who runs Mariposa Saloon, discovering that she's able to rewrite the park's predetermined script, after having found a way to alter her settings as a host. This newfound sense of free will is a crucial moment in her journey towards consciousness.
Expecting someone, indeed. But you for some out of town guests. An interesting secret.
Hope you're going to set up some big pockets. It's run up higher than East Folsom Church.
No, I don't believe it has. In fact, Maeve's town was in such excellent standing, she was here.
I'll have a double round on me. Gotcha.
So throughout this clip, you were probably paying attention to what we asked you to pay attention to, Maeve changing the script. But did anyone happen to recognize the song playing in the background? Yes?
Was that Back to Black by Amy Winehouse?
Yes, it was Back to Black by Amy Winehouse. Thank you. So, you're right. It's fair to say that many of you were not focusing on the background music. But regardless of how this fact reigns true for wider audiences, the background music is actually much more relevant to the storyline than you might think. So why Back to Black? Let's listen to a clip of the song to understand why Westworld's composer found it important to include in the show.
With words. Winehouse's first lyric is an ode to the host's inability to have deliberate control over their actions. With their entire life scripted, every word that they say is purely superficial. This lack of depth in their words is the main characteristic that makes the host the outsiders of Westworld. By extracting the ability to have free will from the hosts are dehumanized, despite their human-like figures, and have become the outsiders of their own world. I died 100 times. The hosts are further devalued, as shown by the duality in the human's ability to kill the host and the host's inability to defend themselves. Following their storyline, each character ends up literally dying 100 times. This condition of their lives alters the meaning of death for the host, as it strays away from the human biological definition, further separating host existence from human existence.
You go back to her. This refers to the concept in which humans can go back to their normal lives. However, the hosts go back to their memories being erased every day. After each narrative that the hosts endure, narratives that are often gruesome and traumatic, they can never hold on to these memories because their programming is overwritten to ensure that they remain unconscious of their circumstances. And I go back to black. The hosts are additionally devalued by the erasing of their memories every day. For those classified as not humans, having ownership of authentic memories is often linked with trauma, but it is this trauma that brings one closer to humanity. In Westworld, AI hosts exhibit reveries, gestures that add complexity to their behavior and allow them to briefly access their previously curated memories before they're overwritten. Maeve's reveries, the woman from the cliff, are exhibited when she remembers the previous storyline of hers, in which she was a mother protecting her child from another host who was programmed to kill them both. Throughout the rest of the series, Maeve begins to question her surroundings as she's motivated to reunite with her daughter. It can be said then that Maeve, a robot, is acting on the human emotions of love. Maeve's trauma that is ingrained into her memories elicits the need to digest and evaluate her circumstances, in this case being an AI that is repeatedly mistreated. Her reflection leads her towards the path of being liberated from the park at Westworld. Despite her dehumanization, Maeve, who is an AI without a soul or morality, can be characterized as approaching humanity because of her reaction to the trauma that she endures.
This incredible journey towards humanity by the non-human hosts of Westworld can be paralleled through the main character of our thesis text, Isamu Daza is no longer human. Owa Yozo records times where he believes human connections exist. His exploration of society's motives and alienation leads him to uniquely question his own humanity. Using this context, let's reanalyze Amy's lyrics.
We only said goodbye with words. Yozo is burdened with the disdain for the surface of the facade that humanity portrays to stave off the deeper issues going on in the world. He garners an innate fear of humanity's fakeness, how one to be so cruel and cold in one moment, to acting friendly for the sole purpose of saving face. The usage of the word only indicates that there is a deeper connection that could be achieved when communicating with another. After all, taking words at face value and understanding them at deeper levels are two vastly different things. The latter is something that most of us are surprisingly unable to achieve. The phrase itself implies that there are other, better ways to say goodbye, and that more is needed beyond language to truly convey something important. I died 100 times. The phrase I died 100 times not only connects to Yozo's multiple suicide attempts, but to the amount of times that he lost himself in his own clowning. Yozo spent his entire life being untrue to himself, being unable to live out what he desires. With not being able to live it the way that he wanted, it's almost as if he never really got to live at all. Every time he forsakes himself to fit in, a part of himself dies. Hence, I died 100 times. You go back to her, and I go back to black. Yozo identifies the different modes of escapism people engage in to distract themselves from the deceit that they take part in as a society. Throughout a word game that he plays with his friend Hariki, he defines the escapist things that people indulge in, like medicine and religion, as common, while he defines things such that he finds solace in, like alcohol and drugs, as private. The hosts in Westworld are able to truly go back to black by getting their memories wiped after the trauma they endured, whereas Yozo goes back to black in a different way. Since he is unable to forget his misgivings, he turns to things like alcohol and drugs in an attempt to escape the pain that he feels.
Both Yozo and Maeve have a moment of revelation, or a click, as they become self-aware during troubling experiences. In wanting to disassociate himself from the cruelty and alienation that human beings imposed on him, Yozo concludes that he no longer wants to be human, revealing the meaning behind the title of the novel.
However, we claim that Yozo becomes more human-like because of the pain and suffering that he endures. Drawing upon the similarities between Maeve's journey to consciousness with that of Yozo's, it becomes clear that exposure to humanity's darkness enables one to become self-aware, or to have that click. In Yozo's case, his over self-awareness enables him to see the futility in life, and he finds himself to be disqualified from humanity, leading him to develop unhealthy coping mechanisms such as drug abuse. Nevertheless, Yozo is able to relieve society's true motives, and ironically, his own as well. The revelation of how complex humanity is throughout No Longer Human and other media by means of seemingly trivial words is reflective of how significant the question of what does it mean to be human? Though this question remains unanswerable, it is uniquely the non-humans or the misfits of the world that enable us to glimpse at its endless answers. Here's our We're Excited, and we want to thank you all for listening to us.
All right, here's our next group. Is fiction becoming a reality?
So let's read this code that portrays our society just a little bit. It's a sad commentary on our age that we find dystopias a lot easier to believe in than utopias. Most utopias seem like a fantasy world, while dystopias seem more feasible. Because of such a realistic depiction of a dystopia and its similarities with the real world, readers are often left wondering if we are actually living in a dystopian world. In this presentation, we are going to examine popular dystopian medias across time to get an understanding of how the struggle between men and women perpetuates. We are going to look at the 80s, 2000s, and present. We will analyze one media from each time period in order to examine the way each of them grappled with gender issues during their time, but also to track the progress of gender equality until today. We would like you all to know that our presentation involves sensitive topics like sexual assault, rape, and abortion.
Let's start our journey in the 80s. When we think about the 1980s, we think think about Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back, or Ronald Reagan becoming our elected president. But what about in 1986, where the U.S. Supreme Court held that a work environment can be declared hostile or abusive because of discrimination based on sex? Or what about in 1989, where the U.S. Supreme Court affirms the right of states to deny public funding for abortions, or to prohibit public hospitals from performing abortions? In Margaret Atwood's The Handmaid's Tale, Atwood reveals an imbalanced power dynamic between genders through a bureaucracy named Gilead that aims to fix the ongoing fertility crisis within the United States. In Gilead, women and men are separated and delegated specific roles to maintain stability in society. The protagonist author narrates her story as a handmaid, allowing the readers to see the value of the female body, in which women's bodies are not their own and are object of trade in society. In The Handmaid's Tale, it can be seen as a response to the 1980s backlash against the gains that women fought hardly for, such as increased participation in formerly male-dominated occupations, increased access to higher education, and legalization of abortion, which ultimately makes them the outsider trying to infiltrate the societal norms. Similarly, in a male-dominated society like Gilead, women are subjugated to be the other and put in relation to men. As a result, there are given many limitations. Mainly, the objectification of women is enforced by these subjugations and limitations, which ultimately lead to their oppression, inferiority, and victimization. However, women are not only confined by their roles and bodies, they're also confined by the laws of Gilead.
So now let's look at the way Atwood hyperbolized these issues that relate to the struggle of women. These laws in Gilead completely strip them of the basic human rights, like not being able to read, write, own property, or have jobs outside the home. These laws make sure that the women are kept oppressed under men. But even though all women are lower than men, female hierarchies do exist in Gilead, and surprisingly, they are effective. Gilead functions by suppressing the woman. They use terms such as aunts and handmaids to initiate a family-like connection while manipulating the woman into believing Gilead's true intentions. We read in an article, and I quote, "Like all wives, Serena Joy is barren but is at the top of the female status hierarchy. Although she is lower status than male, her marriage to the commander affords her access to more resources than other females and gives her the power to oppress the other lower-ranking females, which is the handmaid. Not only does this restrict the woman among men, it also restricts the women among other women while continuously reminding them of their low status in society. Through The Handmaid's Tale, Margaret Atwood utilizes the patriarchal regime and powerful men to construct women in order to reveal the oppressive aspects of society. Alfred is reflective of the societal issues Atwood is grappling with at the time of the 1980s, such as the feminist movement and the Christian right movement. Even though these depictions may be hyperbolized, it does not fail to shed light on such issues like power imbalance and utilizing women as tools. The 1980s needed this mirror, and they got it because of Margaret Atwood. These issues, however, are not limited to the time of Atwood. They still exist in our society today.
So that was how Atwood grappled with gender issues in the 1980s throughout her dystopian novel, The Handmaid's Tale. Now let's delve into the 2000s. Naomi Alderman's dystopian novel, The Power, takes on a contrasting approach to The Handmaid's Tale, yet still compelling one to reveal the horror of current gender relations in society, specifically about giving women the power of electricity and reversing the power in gender dynamics. Through an exchange of letters between Neil and his scrutinizing editor, Alderman, we analyze how Alderman addresses Neil as she inserts her position of matriarchal authority, which mimics the infantilization and sexualization of women. And I quote, "Wow, what a treat. I've been flicking through the pages and can't wait to dive in. I see gruesome scenes with male soldiers, male police officers, and boy crime gangs. Just as you said you would, you saucy boy." Here, Alderman exaggerates the humor Naomi uses when addressing Neil, a different story which tells the same narrative to reveal casual and inappropriate dismissals of treatment against women. A clear hyperbolized depiction that underscores the way women are usually mocked by men in our contemporary society. Additionally, here's another instance of the gender role reversals that Alderman provides that highlights the unfortunate and common sexual harassment in the workplace in our society. After Margot, a female politician and one of the main characters in this story, wins the political election, she, and I quote, "buys a couple of drinks for one of the junior guys from the American embassy in Ukraine He's attentive. Well, why wouldn't he be? She's going places. She rests her hand on his firm young ass as they ride the elevator together up to his suite. Margot, the woman who is in political power, abuses her authority by sexually harassing younger men. This is analogous to a similar situation of sexual harassment in the workplace when, and I quote, a woman gets harassed by a group of men as she is clicking buttons until a man shouts, "Ladies lingerie," and the other men laughed. It's important to note that the Power was published in the United States on October 2017, the month the Me Too movement and the Harvey Weinstein accusations heightened. Aldering uses a dystopian setting to demonstrate how women are still considered the other, as it forces readers to realize the sexual abuse of women in our world is so normalized that many people remain complicit in such atrocities, and it is only until the roles are reversed that feelings of discomfort and surprise are generated from reading hyperbolized situations like our women depicted here.
Later in the 2000s, and not much has changed. The imbalance of power dynamics between men and women in present-day society is made apparent in Black Mirror, a thought-provoking satirical series that critiques topics of gender issues. We will focus specifically on episode 2 of season 1, 15 Million Merits. 15 Million Merits follows the story of Abby. Abby auditions for Hot Shots for the promise of a better life as a singer. However, she is offered the role of an adult star instead. At the end of her performance, a judge comments, "You got a pure beauty, what seems to be a knockout figure, and this sort of interesting innocence thing going. And that's something I think great erotica channels could really play with. Realistically, sweetheart, it's that or the bike." The judges force her to comply by threatening her status in life. If she chooses not to become an adult star, she is condemned to the bike, the lowest working class in society, with little to no chance of climbing up. A parallel of this situation occurs too often in the workplace. Specifically in Harvey Weinstein's case, 87 women were coerced into sexual acts in exchange for a life in the show business. For instance, he, quote, alternated between offering to cast Jessica Parr in a film and demanding a naked message. Mussolf. Similar to Abby, these women are expected to comply with his desires if they wish to be casted in his films. This example illustrates that even though 15 Million Merits takes place in a hyperbolized fictional world, the oppression of the powerless is still the same.
So as we come to a conclusion, we see that all these issues, though hyperbolized, exist in today's society and are brought to light even more through the characters. So as we hold up one last mirror and read the quote that states, "We are 5 men away from the Handmaid's Tale becoming our reality." Although you may think this is a gross over-exaggeration, we can see the Handmaid's Tale personified as a Roe v. Wade case. The Roe v. Wade case that took place in 1970s protects the woman's power over their own body. However, it is being on the threat of being overwritten. If it is overwritten, 26 states will restrict their rights to abortion. The infringement of women's rights compared to the Handmaid's Tale proves that this reality might be a near future for women losing their rights to their own autonomy if things are not changed. Although these situations produce feelings of discomfort, we argue that through discomfort that growth comes. Through an understanding of the oppressive aspects of society, we can amplify movements that allow us to progress towards gender equality and unity. Thank you.
Questions? Does anybody have any questions right away that they want to ask? Okay. I'm going to come with a microphone. Give me 1 second. While I'm talking, think of the next question. Okay.
So I have a question for the first presentation. So my question is, how does dehumanizing the host in Westworld impact society and the ideals and rules set?
How dehumanizing it impacts the rules that are set. So when we you look at the hosts are the ones that are actually supposed to mirror humans, and that's what that's the appeal to humans. Their counterpart is that they can mistreat others that appear as humans. So this whole theme of dehumanization is something that shows us the reality of humanity. So that's the main theme of the book. So sorry, show.
Great. Any other questions?
This is for the second group. So you talked a lot about how outward uses hyperbole and exaggerations create a fictional world in which you can sort of explain the struggle of gender inequality. But a lot of people argue that, especially like as a white woman, that like the need to create this fictional world is almost unnecessary when, if you look at it from a global outlook, a lot of the things being portrayed in Humanities have already happened historically. So what do you have to say? What do you have to say about people choosing to use hyperbole to create connections that can arguably be better made through historical examples?
Great question. One thing that we do not want to mention but would like to point out is that many of the texts that we use only are for the white heteropatriarchy. A lot of the texts do not talk about intersectionality between race and gender, so that was one thing that we need to know.
Okay, do we have another question? I think we have time for one more. All right, going once. Wait, one more.
So I do have a question for the second person, kind of along the lines of the dystopia. I was wondering when you guys were kind of like, what made you choose dystopia as a genre, or actually this would be both things, but like, what made you guys choose dystopia as the lens that you guys wanted to analyze gender through, rather than like say something historical or maybe like present day novels? Like, what about dystopia specifically attracted you?
So like the quote we mentioned in the beginning, that most of the time whenever we think of a parallel situation of our world in novels, we can relate more often to dystopias than utopias. So that's part of the reason why we chose that. Another part is the exaggeration of dystopias. I think that authors of the novels really utilize this in order to reflect society without directly making comments.
Also, to add on, originally we were not going to use dystopian novels at all, the ones that we've chosen, but we've seen similarities between the novels that we've chosen, and we realized that a lot of contemporary authors and authors in the past, like Margaret Atwood, they have utilized dystopian settings as a way to capitalize fictions. You know, this is not just a contemporary thing, it spans beyond 40 years, so I think that was really relevant to our research, and we just incorporated it into our presentation.
Our main character, Robayo, one of the things that we noticed about him is that because of things of like undergoing like sexual assault when he was younger, and learning through the people that he interacted with, he lost a lot of trust in people. And he said that because of that, he deviates from humanity, or he himself claims to deviate from humanity. And we see the same pattern in a lot of science fiction novels. Here we presented Westworld, but in our research paper, I don't know if you guys are familiar with what the video game Detroit Become Human, where the androids they become human right once they are put in a really stressful situation. The scene is also seen in Ex Machina. That's a popular film that was in 2016. So we saw that the same pattern reoccurred in a lot of science fiction movies where like a robot or an android, once they're put in a really stressful situation where they have to become self-aware, where they have to have that click, we saw that parallel through Yozo, and we found that connection really interesting. That's the premise of our whole paper and presentation.
Okay.
Okay, great. Before we give everyone one last round of applause, just when you're leaving, the first 5 rows, if you can go out that way, and the last 5 rows, if you can go out that way, it'll make things less congested. Thank you, everybody. All right, that's it. Move on to Melanie's course. Thank you for coming. Judges and seniors, I recommend that you go get a sandwich now. You have a day. Classic office, room 112. I can only recommend a potato salad for 40 more minutes. And then I don't recommend it anymore. Are there any members of my hospitality committee here? Very important job. Hospitality? Okay, come here, come here. All right, next group, come up, get ready. Make sure. Okay, we have the Did You Hear Me?
always fun watching them, especially like seeing my old sophomores because it's like quality conversation. We're back. It's so nice to be back.
That's what you're saying, right? That's definitely something that I told him.
1,001 times. We were just talking about that.
I know what I can project, and then I have this notes so that I know, okay, I need to That's what I said. I don't know that,
One thing I did for one group, like for 4 people in the group, did you check this with this red? Yeah, okay. Because you might have to check it. Because I wasn't checked out. Yeah. So I made things which must have been start. I did supposed to be at the start. And then they were oh, because I didn't post my second hold on, I'll be there in a second.
We're going to get started in 5 minutes, so we'll be back now if we need to.
Separate from everything else.
Stretch. 5 minute warning.
have to see what's the same.
Welcome. We're about to get started. Make sure you put away your phones, computer devices. One kid left. Okay, welcome to the 2022 Symposium. Woo! So this is day 2, and this panel is called Divergent Outsiders. I am Mr. Remy, I'm the Humanities teacher. So, thank you for the... Alright, so for our first presentation, we have Holly Paik and Xin Shi on how one's divergence from norms shapes them as an outsider in Zora Neale Hurston's Their Eyes Are Watching God. After that, we will have Karan Ajmer, Paresh Prasad, and Anwisha Roy on a presentation entitled Did You Hear Us? But first, let's hear it from Holly and Zin. Let's hear it. Round of applause.
So today we'll be discussing how one's divergence from norms shapes them as an outsider in Zora Neale Hurston's Their Eyes Are Watching God. So first, just an overview of the novel. Zora Neale Hurston's Their Eyes Are Watching God is a coming-of-age novel set in 20th century America that follows a free-spirited, mixed-race woman named Janie Crawford. She spends her childhood years with her grandmother Nanny in a white family's household and enters into 3 marriages during her adolescence and into her adulthood. Throughout these moments, we can see her navigate through the ups and downs of life as she quests to find love, happiness, and a sense of herself. Okay, so our overall thesis is that Jane's depiction as an outsider is manifested through her unique biracial physical features, such as her straight hair and lighter skin, and her non-conformist actions and words as a woman. Through a close reading of specific moments in the novel that highlight these distinctive aspects of her identity, we hope to draw meaningful conclusions on the matter of the crucial role that one's appearance and actions play in the determination of their acceptance or rejection by society.
So I focused on the appearance and racial aspects of Janie's identity, so I will be discussing how she is outcasted from both the Black and white communities. But before diving into Janie's race and appearance, I'd like to provide context about how race is depicted in the novel. And this is a quote written by W.E.B. Du Bois, a prominent Black activist and intellectual, and it really encapsulates the novel's racial situation. So it says, "The problem of the 20th century is the color line." And the color line is essentially a set of societal and legal barriers that segregate Black people from white people, and it is extremely prominent in Their Eyes Are Watching God because the society of the novel is marked with a pronounced racial division between the Black and white races, and race is essentially constructed as a binary in which the two communities are polar opposites. And the root concept of the color line revolves around the assumption that people are either strictly Black or strictly white. But this is where Janie's complications enter the picture, and it becomes apparent that she is an outsider because she is both Black and white. So her standing in relation to the color line is ambiguous, since her biraciality, which shines through her atypical appearance and combination of Black and white features, essentially places her in a liminal position in between the two sides of the racial binary. And we can see Janie face the struggle of not being able to fit in with either community during numerous moments in the novel. So this first moment is from the first chapter, and it's when Janie returned to an all-Black town in Florida called Eatonville. And this quote describes the townspeople's reaction to her when she comes. But first, I'd like to point out that Hurston writes the dialogue with Black dialect, so the spelling and grammar is unconventional. But the quote says, "They sat in judgment. Seeing the woman as she was made them remember the envy they had stored up from other times. What that old 40-year-old woman doing with her hair swinging down her back like some young gal." So the use of negatively connotated words like judgment and envy establish that the townspeople are not welcoming or accepting Janie, and the reason behind this is that she has long, straight hair. And in an article I found that talks about the significance between hair and race, I read that in the 20th century, hair played a pivotal role in determining racial classifications. It was used to ascertain whether an individual is white or Black. And long, straight hair was symbolic of white woman, while short, curly hair was symbolic of Black woman. So the reason why Janie's long, straight hair stood out to the Black townspeople was because it opposed the norms of how Black women typically look. And it reveals that she's different from them because she is half white. And also the female townspeople in particular envied Janie's hair because white features were believed to be the beauty standard. So because of their envy, they stared at her and made remarks towards her to outcast her and make her feel like she doesn't belong in the Black community. The next quote is from when Janie recounts a major pivotal moment from her childhood, which is the first time she realized she wasn't a normal white person because she's half Black. So the quote says, "When we looked at the picture and everybody got pointed out, there wasn't nobody left except a real dark little girl with long hair. That's where I was supposed to be, but I couldn't recognize that dark child as me. So I asked, where is me? I don't see me." So basically, prior to this moment, she thought she was white because she grew up in a household with white people and she never clashed with any of them. But then when she realized that her skin was darker than theirs, that was when she internalized that she was an outsider from the white community. And it was solely her appearance, more specifically the color of her skin, that set her apart from them. And so while Janie's skin was too dark for her to be considered a part of the white community, her skin was actually lighter than that of typical Black people, and this contributed to her being an outsider from the Black community. And there's one character in particular who perpetuated Janie's distinctness from the Black community and adored her because of her light skin. And this character is a Black woman named Mrs. Turner, and this is a quote that describes
her. So it says, Mrs. Turner's shape and features were entirely improved by Mrs. Turner. Her nose was slightly pointed and she was proud. Her thin lips were an ever delight to her eyes. To her way of thinking, all these things set her aside from black people. That was why she sought out Janie Fenwick. So like Janie, Mrs. Turner also had white features, and she was proud of this because she thought it made her separate from and superior to other black people. And she greatly favored Janie solely because Janie also had white features, like coffee and cream complexion, which is just another way of describing light skin. So because she was so fond of Janie, Mrs. Turner frequently visited her home to chat with her, and this is something she told her one day. Miss Woods, I've often said to my husband, I don't see how a lady like Miss Woods can stand all the common black people around her place all the time. I hate to see folks like me and you mixed up with them, us out of class off. So she used a very derogatory tone when addressing the black community, and the juxtaposition between how she referred to Janie by saying a lady like her, and then how she described the rest of the black community as common, it reveals that she views Janie as an outsider from the black community because she believes Janie is superior to them since she has lighter skin. And especially when she says, I hate to see folks like me and you mixed up with them. She addressed the black community with the pronoun them, opposed to us, which makes it very clear that she thinks that she and Janie are separate from the black community. And once again, the sole reason why she thinks this is that they have white features, which demonstrates the profound effect that appearance has on how people are categorized in this novel. So to sum up everything I've discussed, appearance plays a major role in people's perception of others in the novel. Janie is half black, but her appearance does not match the norms associated with black people, since she has long straight hair and lighter skin, so she is ostracized from the black community. And she's also half white, but her appearance does not match the norms associated with white people since her skin is darker. So she internalizes that she does not fit in with the white community. So essentially, she's an outsider from both communities, and this is how she defies normal racial categorization, because instead of belonging to either side of the racial binary, she exists in between because of her distinct appearance.
Okay, so in addition to being outcasted racially, her views on the role of a woman were also skewed from those around her. So the four characters that I will be focusing on are Nanny, who is Janie's grandmother, Janie's first husband, Logan, second husband, Joe, and her third husband, TK. So starting off with Nanny, who is the grandmother that arranges Janie's first marriage. Janie believed that she should be marrying for love, but Nanny forced her to marry for security. Nanny was born into slavery and wasn't extremely well off, so she believed that marrying Logan, who had land and money, was beneficial for her life. Even within this quote, we can see Nanny saying she thinks Logan can protect Janie. He says, "To ain't Logan Hillix I want you to have, baby, it's protection." And moving on to Logan Hillix, Logan was Janie's first marriage, and although it was never out of love, it was manageable for the first 6 months until he started to use her for free labor instead of treating her like a wife. Janie felt overworked, and from this relationship, she learned that she wanted to prioritize love for herself. And she eventually left Logan for Joe, her second husband, who she loved and was also financially well off. Despite this, he was still controlling and treated Janie like a possession rather than a wife. In this first example of mental/verbal abuse, the town wanted Janie, as Joe's wife, to make a speech, but she was quickly shut down by Joe when he says that she's a woman and her place is in the home. He didn't allow Janie a voice purely because she was a woman, which made her feel, again, small and overlooked. Now, in addition to the mental and verbal abuse, Joe was also physically abusive to her when he felt insecure about himself. As they both grew older, Joe's physical appearance was diminishing faster than Janie's, so he was angry, and as you can see from this quote, struck Janie with all his might and drove her from the store. Now, as for Janie's last husband, TK, He gave her the freedom that none of the others did, like allowing her to go fishing and playing chess, which are activities that are known to be for men. Despite this, he was still physically abusive towards her, which is proven in this quote where he explains that he, quote-unquote, didn't whoop Janie because she'd done nothing. I beat her to Sheldon Turner's who's boss. This proves that as a man and husband, in order to assert his dominance, he decided to physically abuse Janie. And the actions of all of the husbands are proven by this quote where, in the view of Jessica Benjamin, this is a dangerous move that makes dependency itself an insult to a boy's sense of identity. It encourages him to dominate rather than depend. And similarly, this second quote also explains how a husband chastises his wife with physical or verbal abuse that he deems necessary. Okay. Logan, Joe, and TK all exhibit these qualities because they all sought to limit and control Janie purely because she was a woman, and because these acts were considered the norm at the time. And Janie's refusal to assimilate into this mindset is what sets her apart from her community, and in the end, outcasts her. Janie was greatly pressured into believing different ideas by those around her, but eventually, throughout the book, she surpasses that and was able to become independent and happy within herself. Now, to close, although Janie diverges from the accepted norms regarding how Black and white people should look and how women should act, this contributes to her classification as an outsider. Though it may be difficult to identify with Janie's situation, as the circumstances and culture of the society of the novel are considerably different from that of the society we live in, readers can still relate to her experiences as an outsider who does not abide by accepted norms or fit into traditional groupings. When there are any types of norms, there are bound to be people who clash with them.
And finally, unique norm-breaking characters like Janie are extremely important as they contribute towards pushing against boundaries and building a society in which being different is accepted rather than frowned upon. These are our sources. Thank you.
Thank you so much, So our next presenters, Karan, Paresh, and Amisha, did you hear us? Let's give a round of applause.
Good afternoon. I'm Karan, this is Paresh and Amisha, and this is our presentation on the media portrayal of the taboo labeled, Did You Hear Us?
Now, you might ask yourself, what do we mean by portrayal of the taboo? For our project, we decided to focus on the concepts of mental health and mental disorders, as these things have only recently become more openly discussed. However, this awareness is often only applied to the more well-known disorders, such as depression or anxiety. In order to really create change, we have to understand the lesser understood disorders as well, which is why our group decided to focus on media's portrayal of dissociative identity disorder, also known as DID, throughout time.
So what is DID? Based on our research, we've defined it as a disorder which develops from severe childhood trauma. As a coping mechanism, the brain fragments one's memories and creates several alters which coexist within a single consciousness. However, these alters aren't simply personalities. They're individuals with unique thoughts, health issues, sexual orientations, and more. To give you some more insight on this disorder, we found a clip from a short film called Inside, which depicts someone with DID in a psych ward. Just keep in mind that in this video, it is a dramatized portrayal as alters can't physically be separate beings. It's just to depict what the disorder is like in their head.
So to give you a small sense of what we saw in the video is like, we prepared a quick activity that'll give you a glimpse into the mind of someone who has DID. Your challenge is to find how many times the word stop appears in the influx of text all within a short 3 seconds. Are you ready? Set, go. 3, 2, 1, stop.
Tell us guys, was that easy? Was it hard? Using your fingers, I want you to show how many times you think the word stop was on the slide. Alright, I see 3s, a 4. Well, I see a 10 back there. So the purpose of this, the word stop was actually on the slide 7 times. The purpose of this exercise, was to show you what those with DID face on a daily basis. While we all may experience a battle of inner monologues, the intensity of what those with DID face is far more extreme. However, what we assume to be overwhelming is also very isolating, and often leaves them with the question, why do I feel so alone? What we found is that the effective alienation of this marginalized group stems directly from their portrayal in media, because they're painted as outsiders rather than everyday people like you and I.
One might assume that both the disorder's understanding throughout time and its representation in the media would follow an upward parallel sloping relationship. And yet this is not the case. We analyzed this through the works that we picked, starting with our anchor text, Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde by Robert Stevenson, released in 1986, First Person Plural by Cameron West, released in 1999, and then Split, directed by M. Night Shyamalan, released in 2016. What these works show is that the representation of DID in media is ranging from an accurate representation to something completely false and then a gray area in between. This is due to not only the information that is released about the disorder, but as well as what the author intended to do with their work, with some prioritizing fame and entertainment rather than advocacy. And so this is what we hope to discuss, and due to this, there are certain myths and misconceptions that have risen, and we hope to discuss and debunk some myths, as some of these works that we're going to be discussing work to perpetuate, while others work to debunk these myths.
The first myth associated with DID is that it is obvious, namely because of its trademark symptoms. However, the reality is that it is very hard to diagnose because its understanding in the medical field is and has been evolving for a really long time, which leaves a lot of room for error. In fact, in one of our secondary texts, the author Cameron West himself states, people with DID spend an average of almost 7 years in the mental health system before being properly diagnosed. Many of them are repeatedly misdiagnosed and incorrectly treated simply because clinicians fail to recognize their symptoms. Being someone with DID himself, Cameron West uses his memoir as an educational agent, effectively revealing that the disorder isn't as obvious as perceived. In a similar vein, in the strange case of Dr. Jekyll and Hyde, we see how Jekyll successfully suppressed and hid his disorder from his friends, from his colleagues, and all his peers. And that is very reminiscent to the struggle of those with people who have DID in real life, because they often prefer to hide it or pretend like they don't have any symptoms. They often choose solidarity rather than to be judged and alienated, because that's what the media does. Take the gift in the top right, for example. Your first reaction is not to run up to the monster and give a kiss on his forehead. It's to literally sprint in the other direction as fast as you possibly can. And that is exactly our point. The media sensationalizes their trauma.
This ties into our second myth, which reasons that it is widely understood that the portrayal of dissociative identity disorder in media is sensationalized. Throughout history, DID has been used as a plot twist to represent murderers, psychopaths, and beast-like beings. Due to this although some may recognize the dramatization, the bottom line is that media combines truthful elements with distortions to represent the disorder. And this makes it really difficult for people to differentiate the truth from fiction. For example, while Split did raise awareness for the disorder, it was intended to entertain the masses, using the disorder to instill terror in its viewers. Similarly, in The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Hyde, it stated that the powers of Hyde seem to have grown with the sickliness of Jekyll. He thought of Hyde, for all his energy of life, as something not only hellish, but inorganic. In the novella, altars are described to be parasitic, to intrigue the viewer. And this also paints those with DID to be inorganic or not human. The easy access to inaccurate information further confuses and discourages anyone who wants to learn more about the disorder, contributing to the reinforcement of this negative stigma.
Third and final myth that we'll be looking at is people with DID are violent. DID is a disorder that is often criminalized in the media, as seen through The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, where Mr. Hyde kills an elderly man and tramples a small girl, and Split, where one of the alters, Kevin, kidnaps 3 young girls, and another alter, the Beast, chases them down, trying to kill them. Again, by painting those with DID as villains, or at least by making one of their alters quote-unquote evil, they're continuing the stereotype that those with DID are a danger or a threat to normal human society. However, as we can see through works like First Person Plural, this isn't always the case. West did have a violent alter, but those alters are able to be treated and contained when necessary. Readers use the evil alter archetype in order to intrigue their audience, and although this does work to entertain, it does not work to educate.
Looking at all these myths, we see that this stigmatized group faces the struggle of estrangement, not just because there's a lack of scientific information, but also because their disorder is not represented accurately in the media. The works that paint them as monsters or beasts or inhumane figures are the ones that are actually reaching the media, whereas the ones who are actually depicting the struggle in our first-hand accounts of what it is to have DID are often lost, and that leads to a lot of misunderstanding. And this begs the question, why is it depicted in this way? Why did the author make this choice? And that connects to our thesis statement, which argues that an author's intent not only impacts their portrayal of DID, but thereby largely influences the perception and reception of disorder by the general public. If you take someone like M. Night Shyamalan, who may have created his movie to be the next blockbuster hit, and compare him to someone like Cameron West, who wanted to educate and use his memoir as an educational agent, then you see that there is a big gap in their understanding and their portrayal. Even with someone restricted by their time period like Stevenson, it is clear that the author's intent largely shapes what viewers understand DID to be as a whole.
Now we must be wondering, so what? How is this important to my life? These statistics prove that mental health is something that impacts all of us, whether it be through ourselves or someone we know. Therefore, it deserves accurate representation. The media is everything. It's how we learn, it's how we adapt and improve. As daily consumers, we are so susceptible to misinformation, especially when creators seize the power the media can hold. This is why it's important to remain vigilant and advocate for accuracy above all else. People marginalized, like those with DID, deserve the spotlight for their own voices to be heard. Because for them, it's not a question of, did you hear me in my single narrative? But rather, did you hear us in our truth? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Let's give a round of applause for all of our presenters. Okay. So before we go to the questions, everybody just debrief with your partner, turn and talk. What do you think about both of those presentations? Maybe you have some questions about clarifications or questions about the inspiration behind it. Just for a second, let's talk about it. Okay, so who has some questions for our presenters? Who has some questions? Oh, yes. Coming up.
I have a question for the second group. I noticed that you guys put like messages towards the top of your slides or on the side. Like for this one, it says altered but finally accepted. I was wondering why you think you guys do that.
So thank you for noticing that actually. So we actually put those little sidebars in text almost as subliminal messaging because we kind of wanted to replicate what someone with the ID kind of has in their mindset. So just as you're trying to like focus through all our slides and see everything, it almost acts like little messages are kind of in the back of your head, just like how people with the ID always have these different thoughts that are kind of circulating. And so we kind of put those there that some of them support exactly what we're talking about, some of them are completely talking about different things that don't pertain at all to what we're talking about. And if you follow through the entire presentation, the fact that it ends with altered but finally accepted, that's kind of the entire point of our presentation, and it is exactly what those with the ID kind of want, is they don't want to be put on a pedestal and praised, they just want to finally be accepted in society.
Great, thank you. We have a question over here.
So you mentioned that, well, your whole entire presentation was about how DID is misrepresented in media. I think also another disorder that is also misrepresented is bipolar disorder. It's often like the people who have bipolar disorder in media tend to be like criminalized, like the Joker film. But I also think like disorders like depression and anxiety are also, instead of being misrepresented, I feel like they're more romanticized. So you mentioned that for it to be more normalized or for people with these disorders to be accepted, their media has to be a more accurate representation. What does that look like?
So in terms of accurate representation, like as you see, one of the works that we picked was First Person Plural by Karen West, and that was written by someone with DID himself. So most of the time when you think of works representing sensitive topics like mental disorders, a way to make sure that the work is an accurate representation would be to have someone on board, either with the director or like in terms of writing the script that has the disorder or like directly experiences it. It also should be something that is fact-checked. So we were talking about Split and how it's an inaccurate representation. It doesn't have an excuse to be an inaccurate representation. We were talking about how the strange case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde at the time, there wasn't as much information about DID, and there's like that gap that like, oh, this could have been the reason why the representation wasn't as accurate. But in 2016, the information about DID was more than enough for them to come up with a more accurate representation. Although there's more information coming out now as well, it doesn't mean that there wasn't enough representation to come up with an accurate portrayal at that time. So in order for media to accurately portray such disorders, more than enough research should be done, and then everything should be fact-checked.
Great. We have another question over here.
So kind of just like a common question, but like what made you guys choose to follow the topic of DID? Just because I feel like this topic is like very like science and research heavy, so that seems like not necessarily added work, but you know, like it's a different sort of presentation than like we've been seeing throughout the symposium. So like what made you choose this topic?
So we wanted to, when we were thinking of the theme of outsiders, we originally were thinking like mental disorders because it is like a topic that we mentioned that has become more openly discussed and accepted now. And so while we were thinking about that, we all thought back to this interview that we watched. There's this YouTuber, we would have included the clip, but it's like over an hour. There's this YouTuber called Anthony Padilla who interviews like different groups of people or individuals. And he actually did an interview with people with DID. And we immediately got back to that video and how the people that were being interviewed were talking about how they felt isolated and that their disorder was being like criminalized. They were being viewed as monsters for something that they couldn't even control. And since DID is not as common, we thought it would be a good disorder to focus on since obviously, as we mentioned, depression and anxiety, there's like a lot of films and all those things you get romanticized. Sometimes there's more of a general understanding. You guys are more likely to know in depth what depression or anxiety is rather than something like DID. So we wanted to like focus our attention on that to like spread awareness on how we wanted, how they want to be just accepted as regular individuals rather than being painted as outsiders and monsters.
Great, thank you. And do we have one question for Their Eyes Are Watching God? Their Eyes are great.
So, yeah, in the first presentation, I know you mentioned this character, Miss Turner, who I guess you could say like shared the identity of being a woman and sort of biracial with the main character, but it also sounded like she was unable to sort of find someone else who was like her in order to sort of find agency with her. So how does someone who is outcasted in general cope with finding sort of like a group that where they're not an outsider when they have other outsiders like them who prefer to be an outsider, if that makes sense? Because it sounded like Ms. Turner liked being other.
Yeah, so thank you for the question. And what you said about how Mrs. Turner liked being an outsider, that is completely true because she like didn't want to be associated with the Black community. And as for how outsiders can kind of like meet with other outsiders and like form a group together, that is what Mrs. Turner desired to do with Jamie, but Jamie didn't really agree with how Mrs. Turner was trying to separate her from the Black community. So I think what Jamie wanted to do was to kind of be accepted into both communities, like the Black and white communities, instead of kind of having like a separate community with just her and Mrs. Turner, who are different, because she just wanted to be accepted.
Great, thank you. So let's hear a round of applause for our presenters. Those who are joining us class, have a great day. Thank you.
We have the faith and the fanaticism. Stella. Egon's here, right? He's coming back. Axel. Juniors, I'm just doing your attendance so I can send it to Miss Gray. Junior judges. Okay. Elliot. Jamir. Sharon. Ellie. Rachel. Pierre. Natalia. Blessing. Just joining. Daquan. Pragya. Pragya today. She is here. Leanne. And Lana. Lana. Thank you.
I finished the response and I just got
Drive us!
Do you watch the Marvel show? Watch it. You don't have to see any of the Marvel stuff. It's great. I was just talking to them. Moon Knight is perfect for that last presentation. Yep, they didn't know anything about it. Yeah, but do you think Moon Knight did the story justice? Yes. By the end of the series, yes. Because there is some media, initially, just the media fun stuff like the scene in the mirror, it's like that doesn't really happen. But by the end of it, you realize that there are reasons for it. It makes you like Anthony Padilla video way back when. Again, if you didn't know anything about it, but if you know it,
Ready and you were ready.
See what they're doing. Again, the first
anything planned once you get
So why is it that the third column in the agreement?
I saw you I'm still doing it.
Well, it's these are two I was in Germany.
All right. We are ready to go. So, we're nearing the end of the symposium. The last two bands. Band 9, and just for seniors, we're going to present awards. And we're also going to announce at the end of the next band a new topic for next year. Do we have any juniors here? Yeah. So we will announce band 8, the topic for next year. You'll see here in 1 year, and we'll be on stage, and you'll find out soon enough. Okay, so what we have for this panel, so again, our overall theme is outsiders. This panel's presentations are united by the topic of ignorance, faith, and outsiders. So I'm going to name for you the two groups that we have. Hold your applause until I name both of them. And then afterwards, clap for them, and we will hear from the first group. So, we have Caitlin Chen, Jialin Lin, Chloe Munoz, and Michelle Wu. Ignorance is just an exploration into understanding the balance between individual experience and shared awareness. Then, Sarah, I wrote down your name on this one. Munoz. Sorry. Then Farwa Batul, Joel Ibago. Even when I write it down, I don't know. Joanna Lee and Faye Wong. Sorry to both of you. Wait, you gotta hear the title. Are you ready? Faith and Fanaticism Undone. Using nonconformity and trauma against cults. Now clap. All right, here we have it. First group, take it away.
Hi, I'm Chloe. I'm Michelle. And today we're going to be presenting on Ignorance is Bliss, an exploration into understanding the balance between individual experience and shared awareness.
So before we begin, I want to first explain what is coming of age. So coming of age is a time when a person reaches the age at which they have more control over their choices and individual responsibilities. The typical coming of age story introduces the misconception that adolescence is solely about finding one's identity. However, adolescence is more so defined by discovering one's identity and balancing it within a larger community. Okay. So the coming of age journey can be broken down into 4 stages: realization, learning, challenge, and integration. Realization is the initial stage the characters begin to look for answers about their identity beyond their home. Learning is the stage when the character enters a new environment, and this is also when they may sense a feeling of disappointment in the world that they encounter. So the challenge stage is when the character achieves maturity or spiritual growth due to the difficulties that they encounter, and this is also when they may recognize their own flaws. The last stage is integration, when the characters reconcile with themselves and they return back to where they started, but with newfound wisdom. So our focus. Most studies on adolescence focus on the development of the individual self. Psychologist Maryse defines social identity as a reconciliation between the need for similarity and the need for individuality, a term called optimal distinctiveness. So we propose the question: what is the role of the balance between a sense of individuality and a sense of belonging in adolescence to learn? So our thesis is that our adolescence is not simply the development of one's personal identity, but it's also the discovery of how one fits into society as an individual. So we'll be analyzing our selected works using a psychoanalytic lens, which focuses on the psychological development of the characters as a result of their environment, relationships, and confidence.
So our research focuses on three texts, and our intro text is The Curse of Being a Wallflower by Stephen Chbosky, with the addition of Ladybird by Greta Gerwig, and The Catcher in the Rye by Katie Sounder.
As Michelle mentioned before, our anchor text is The Curse of Being a Wallflower. We chose this text specifically because of its epistolary form. By being able to follow Charlie through his letters, one is able to better understand his external and internal character. This helps establish a strong reader-to-character understanding and aids in capturing the essence of teenage adolescence. The first-person perspective of the novel gives insight into how Charlie thinks and his commentary on both past and present situations. Comparing how he wants to be perceived versus how he actually acts highlights how Charlie lives very passively, always wanting to do more but never living in the moment. As seen in the quote, Charlie doesn't have someone that understands him on this emotional level. This, as well as other factors, are what makes him an outsider. It is through these letters that he is able to see himself from a different lens, thus commencing his journey towards discovering individuality. Through analyzing external catalysts like his friends, letters, and the books he reads, we were better able to define the points that need to be taken to define individuality. The first point is personal motivation, a want to understand yourself on a deeper level. Making the active decision to search deeper, one becomes more vulnerable, leading to the second point, defining personal faults. In Charlie's case, his faults derive from not actively participating, creating something called cruel optimism. He is so stuck on trying to participate that he actually hinders himself from the present. Through overcoming these mindsets, we then reach the final and most important point, separation. This is where the active choice is made to separate yourself from your faults, not ignore them, but to become your own person, separate from them. This arc is something that Charlie experiences in the novel and is captured in the quote above. Once an individual, in this case Charlie, defines their individuality, they are then able to become an actual part of the community.
Moving on to our second work, Lady Bird is a film that follows a high school student through her senior year. This work was chosen because it illustrates the danger of individuality and being solely focused on one's own identity, highlighting the realization stage of coming of age. In the course of the year, she undertakes new experiences, spurred by her actions, and seeks to discover her identity. Specifically, Lady Bird is motivated towards being extremely individual because she only aims to achieve her idealized dreams to combat the uncontrollable aspects of her life. Throughout the movie, we see her determining her own love life, college, and friends in a manner that is little regard for how it affects others around her. Her focus is quite clearly focused on herself without any consideration for the community surrounding her. All of Lady Bird's uncontrollable circumstances are related to her family. From her economic status to the school she goes to, her family is the root of why she becomes so extremely individual. At first, Lady Bird reclaims her identity by giving herself a name instead of using the one given to her, Christine. Yet, as the movie progresses, she reaches her idealized dreams, but at a cost, forcing relationships, lying to others, and losing her own identity because she fails to recognize how an individual and the world are intertwined. Lady Bird says, "I wish I lived in that house. I didn't lie," when her real house is exposed after lying to impress the rich, popular girl in school and to change the perception of her economic status. This scene demonstrates how she can sacrifice it all for her dreams to come true and doesn't see the effects of her actions on others. She only sees her dreams, allowing her to hurt others because of her ignorance. Adolescence is often misconstrued as the time spent finding one's identity, but the more accurate definition is the time of learning to balance one's identity in a social context. Lady Bird finally realizes this when she calls back home, even after moving to her dream college, and acknowledges how much her family has influenced her. She leaves a message for her mother. "Christine, it's the name you gave me. It's a good one. Did you feel emotional the first time you drove in Sacramento?" As the scene parallels the similarity in her and her mother driving through Sacramento. She accepts that she has found her individual identity, but now learns to accept that she is not simply an individual, but she has an effect on others as they have on her.
Continuing with our third work, J.D. Salinger's The Catcher in the Rye is set in the 1950s and tells the story of 16-year-old Holden Caulfield as he navigates through his teenage years from his preparatory school to the phoniness that awaits him in his quickly approaching adulthood. After being expelled from his school, Holden leaves for Manhattan earlier than he had originally planned. There, he is thrown into a world where his love, his aspirations, and his identity are challenged. He sees companions such as his new friend Sally Hayes and former teacher Mr. Antonini. Through his interactions with his family and childhood friends, he realizes that what he wants most out of life is 1, to resist the path of growing up, 2, to remain in the purity of youth, and 3, to avoid the phoniness of the real world. When he finishes one of his dates with Sally, Holden suggests, what we could do is tomorrow morning we could drive up to Massachusetts and Vermont and all around there. Then when the dough runs out, I could get a job somewhere and we could live somewhere with a brook and all, and later on we could get married or something. He opens himself up by acknowledging these feelings of isolation and longings for companionship, only to return to his sheltered habits, those that make him a unique individual. However, this conversation with Sally is different from other times because he tries to convince another individual to adopt his patterns. By the end of the novel, Holden realizes that growing up isn't about completely forgetting everything from your childhood or maturing immediately after a certain age. As he and his sister Phoebe Caulfield visit the zoo, they arrive at a carousel that is playing one of Holden's childhood songs. Holden says, "Do you want to go for a ride on it?" Phoebe says, "I'm too big." Holden thought she wasn't going to answer him, but she did. He says, "No, you're not. Go on. I'll wait for you. Go on." Despite this not serving as a complete realization for Holden, it is one step in his development. He slowly comes to the reality that just because one is becoming older, this is not an indication that one should be prohibited from engaging in life activities.
The summary of, although the characters took time past to find themselves, they ultimately were able to achieve their goals through a combination of both the internal factor of personal motivation and the external factor of the environment that helps them recognize their own faults. The complete self is achieved when the characters allow themselves to live outside of their faults and experience reality for how it really is. The significance of understanding this balance between individuality and shared awareness is that the transition period from a child to an adult is a universal challenge. This connection to society and disillusionment can lead to mental distress, misanthropic views, relationship difficulties, and in some extreme cases, depression and suicide. Understanding the need for balance in social identity refines the approach professionals can take to help confused teens make healthy development during this critical time of their life. And this concludes our presentation. Special thanks to Professor Colutro and Ms. Chun for helping us along the way, and thank you to everyone in the audience.
Okay, and our next group, you're up. Yeah, we'll do question and answer after. So everyone think of a question for this group, and we'll have a few minutes to do questions for both groups.
Hello? Good afternoon. We are Faith and Fanaticism Undone, using nonconformity and trauma against cults. Until the September 11th attacks, the greatest loss of civilian life due to a single non-natural event in American history was the infamous Jonestown Massacre. Consumed by the conspiracy theories of one man, Reverend Jim Jones, 900 Americans ingested fatal poison as documented in these harrowing photographs. Cults capture our fears and imaginations as well because we often find ourselves grappling with the perennial question, how could so many people have lost their grip on reality? Our group instead focuses on the question, how do we save them? We analyze Kazuo Ishiguro's sci-fi novel, Never Let Me Go, in which Tommy, Kathy, and Ruth are students attending Hailsham, a school for cloned children who are destined to donate their organs and die after becoming young adults. Tara Westover's memoir, Educated, details her journey to obtaining a higher education despite being brought up in a Mormon survivalist family that condemned the government and, by extension, public education. M. Night Shyamalan's The Village revolves around Covington, a remote village founded in Pennsylvania on the idea of protecting themselves against the outside world's criminality. The inhabitants are fed a myth about imaginary monsters in the surrounding woods called those we do not speak of, in order to prevent them from leaving. In each work, the outsiders within a cult bond with fellow members over shared trauma or alienation, leading them to question the cult's ideology. Ultimately, most of her characters do not successfully escape their groups, but even questioning the cult itself is an important step. We've discovered that encouraging bonds between cult members who've had negative cult experiences can be an ethical way to help them escape.
A cult shares extreme dedication and loyalty to a doctrine or a leader that is viewed as abnormal and rejected by society. Cults exert control using isolation, social pressure, physical punishments, mental torture, and guilt. Trauma is defined as the exposure to an incident or a series of events that are emotionally disturbing or life-threatening with lasting adverse effects on functioning and mental, physical, social, emotional, and spiritual well-being. Between the 1960s and 1980s, concerned relatives of cult members often turned to deprogramming, which traditionally involved kidnapping and physical confinement followed by coercive rehabilitation. This raised concerns about the ethicality of forcing an individual to leave a group they've come to identify with and using force to make someone renounce previous beliefs. Over time, this strategy faded in popularity due to legal issues. In moral status of deprogramming, Patricia Fleming argues deprogramming is only ethical if it restores authenticity, the state of truly identifying with ideas of a group you are a part of, and procedural independence, or the freedom to reflect upon their choices to commit to the cult with truthful understanding of the consequences and benefits. In Never Let Me Go, Kathy and Tommy are the outsiders. Students at Hillsham explore their identities using creative projects. In exchanges, they purchase pottery, paintings, and other sculptures to decorate their rooms. In addition, the Guardians routinely reinforce the value of creativity. Therefore, Tommy's artistic ineptitude symbolizes an inability to contribute to the wider community and results in continual alienation. Kathy is an outsider by virtue of her sexual exploration. She engages in numerous casual sexual encounters with older students despite the fact that she had been advised by one of the Guardians, Miss Emily, to wait for someone special. At one point, her best friend Ruth exposes this information to otherize or hurt Kathy during a tense falling out. This was due to a shared understanding that engaging in sex outside committed romantic relationships was a moral failing, a social abnormality. Consequently, Kathy continues to feel constant anxiety and shame around her sexual inclinations. Tommy theorized that the student's art was collected to prove that two individuals were in love. He falsely believes in a special process called deferrals, wherein these clones would then delay their donations and live together for some time. Due to their shared outsider status, Tommy confides this to Kathy. Unlike Tommy's former girlfriend, Ruth, Kathy places her faith in this bold hypothesis and even encourages him to enhance his artistic craft. In tears, Kathy confides her complex feelings of shame and confusion about sex to Tommy, who in turn offers emotional support and acceptance. Although deferrals don't exist, their decision to track down Hillsham's founder and request one constitutes an act of questioning their faith and, by extension, the cult's ideology. In Never Let Me Go, clones are subject to intense suffering during donations, marked by fleeting moments of consciousness and freakish contortions. Kathy witnesses the last and most painful stage of donations for her best friend Ruth. Yet the role trauma plays is unique, as none of the characters registered this as emotionally. In human rights, storytelling, and trauma narrative, Titus Levi cites what Kathy Karras calls the complex relation between knowing and not knowing. On one hand, the clones are told, since Kathy and the others possess some vague notion of donations as early as 8 or 9 years old. They are made familiar with the scheme of exploitation and injustice that forms their trauma. On the other hand, the clones are not told, seemingly unmoved by their morbid fates, untouched by terror that the reader anticipates but never glimpses because of Hillsham's strategic dissemination of the information.
Educated, Tyler is the outsider due to his compulsion to organize, affinity for classical music, and academic ambitions. His family lives in a disheveled house with their tools and garbage strewn about everywhere. Tyler is so inclined to label and arrange that he has matchboxes in his closet containing pencil shavings from the last 5 years. Unlike his brothers, who frequently tested each other in terms of masculinity through fighting, Tyler retreated into the tranquility of classical music. After self-studying trigonometry, he purchased a calculus textbook and would resist his father just enough to study on some mornings instead of working. This shows that Tyler extremely valued expanding his mind, letting intellectual curiosities take charge despite his father's hostile attitude towards formal education. All of these outsider attributes substantiate Tyler's desire to manifest order within his life. Tyler and his younger sister Tara bond over their shared appreciation for classical music, which forms a refuge from their household's chaos. Tara further elaborates that the music encouraged her to restrain her rowdy behavior and avoid picking savage fights with her older brother Richard. Tyler successfully persuades her to study for the ACT, explaining that their father's scrapyard business is the worst possible place for Tara. The trap their father will convince her to stay in year after year until there are no years left for an education. Tyler, who successfully attended BYU, while Tara continued working under her abusive father, inspires her to eventually apply and attend as well. The role of trauma plays in her decision to leave the cult. It is evident in that she suffers physical abuse from her older brother Sean, which combined with her family's denial through jarring memories makes her question their form of love. Supported by her brother Tyler when they're adults, she severs ties permanently. The outsider in the village are Edward and his daughter Ivy. He is an elder, yet he enlightens Ivy by sharing that those we don't speak of are just other villagers dressed up as creatures. By exposing their origins, Edward Walker is breaking his oath towards the cult he helped create. He's an outsider as he chooses to protect his daughter over prioritizing his faith in the village. He's questioned by the other elders for jeopardizing their insular community. Even though Ivy is blind, the true characteristic that marks Ivy as an outsider is her genuine love for Lucius. While other individuals in Covington become romantically involved based on superficial factors, Ivy demonstrates a strong connection with Lucius. For example, Ivy's sister is temporarily infatuated with Lucius because of his handsome appearance, and after being rejected promptly, finds another man to marry. Edward, who suffers from the trauma of his father's murder, founded Covington as a refuge from the outside world's violent criminals. Thus, he sympathizes with Ivy, whose lover Lucius is stabbed. Her sincere concern for Lucius's survival emboldens her to selflessly trek through the forest and seek medicine. Her father's courageous decision to tell her the truth contributes to this motivation.
So this is an image of the 2021 Capitol Hill attack, and this is an example of the negative influence that cults have on our country. Many of these insurrectionists here arrived under the flag of QAnon, an online extremist group which invaded the Capitol because they falsely believed that Donald Trump was the real winner of the 2020 election. QAnon leaders have enticed their members with the same manipulation and isolation techniques used by cults, and this means distorting the news they receive and driving them towards violent acts. For example, in 2017, a QAnon member went to a pizza restaurant with an armed gun and a loaded assault rifle, and he fired it. This was because he falsely believed that there were being holding trafficked children in the restaurant. Well, this raises a question as more concerned relatives of QAnon members are reaching out to deprogramming experts to help their family members. How do you ethically remove someone from a cult that you can physically be separated from? And also, what if they authentically identify with the cult ideals? Well, we can look at a real case of ex-QAnon member Jatarf Jadeha. When Jadeha noticed an inconsistency in one of QAnon's prophets' predictions, he joined online communities such as QAnon Casualties and Recovery, where ex-QAnon members shared similar doubts and relatable stories of how the cult's membership ruined their family relationships. Jadeha explains that the empathy and understanding these cult members showed them after they left was crucial to his de-radicalization. They didn't use hurtful arguments or demonize his cult beliefs. Instead, they formed an empathetic connection with Jadeha, and this was what led him to leave the cult and also reject QAnon's ideology. For both Jadeha and the characters we show, the steps in escaping their cult were one, introducing the cult's outsider to be deprogrammed to another outsider who's already left the cult, or a person who otherwise disbelieves or questions its ideology. These two outsiders then bond over shared reasons for their outsider status, why they're other, and the trauma they've suffered in the cult. The original outsider may then see that staying a member is harmful to them, and leaving is preferable based on the second outsider's experiences, meaning that if they then decide to leave the cult, it will be based on their own self-interest and gaining autonomy from manipulation or trauma. And this will satisfy the ethical guidelines for deprogramming mentioned earlier. As shown, our model, which is shown here, it's supported with real examples to be a plausible direction in which we can take deprogramming and stop the violent terrorism and manipulation of people by cult. Also, you can see that it respects the cult member's self-will because on the right side, if a cult member does not bond over recognizing that membership was traumatic or alienating, they can simply choose to stay in the cult. And this will respect their free will.
What you should take away from our presentation is that the weakest link in a chain is the strongest because it can break it. Outsiders fit in the fabric of cults because they are the most likely to question. I'd like to give a special thanks to Ms. Chung and Professor Kalusho, and of course, you guys, the audience members.
All right, thank you everyone. Now we have some time for questions. I'm going to come into the audience and all right, take it away, Elliot.
Okay, I have a question for the second group about cults. Yeah. Can you talk more about like why people choose to join them in the first place? Like, is that related to being an outsider?
So in our three texts, the members were actually born into the cults. So it never let me go their clones. So they were born into the cult. And then in the village, Ivy is raised in the cult. Her father, brings her in, and she doesn't have a choice. She's raised in there. And an educated Tara Westover is also born into the cult, as her father, Gene Westover, is the leader of their cult.
Yeah, I would like to add on to Faye's answer, because actually what inspired us to research our thesis to how to get outsiders out of a cult was that we noticed that it was often people who are outsiders of normal society that are drawn into cult. So it's the people who don't trust the mainstream news, people who don't talk to much people in other society. They turn to alternative news sources. They search up conspiracy theories that are not widely believed to explain events in the world that they don't understand. And QAnon is a great example of this. It's people who they distrust credible news sources, they distrust history, and then they look for an online prophet, someone who just posts on a forum to find out what the truth is. And this is how they were drawn into the cult.
Okay, great. Do we have any other questions? I'm coming all the way up there. Suzanne, is this for the first group?
It's for the first group.
Okay, great. We'd like to get one for each, so this works out.
I just want to say, you guys, both groups are amazing, but for the first group, my question is like, when doing an analysis of movies and texts, did you ever look into the effects that the parental figures have on the children per se when they're entering these different stages of life, and kind of follow up after that, what's the big takeaway? Because I feel like this is a great age group. This entire presentation was kind of really directed towards us because I feel like we're all going to enter this separate stage of our life.
Yeah, I think specifically what you're talking about, how parental figures have an effect, that has a lot to do with our second text, which is Lady Bird, because if you ever watch the movie, you can see that her and her mother have this kind of very tense relationship where her mother, Marion, tries to control her life in a lot of ways, based on how she dresses, how she makes herself appear. And I didn't get to talk about it in our presentation, but in our paper we actually talk about how a lot of it is her mother kind of thinks of Lady Bird as an extension of her, and how when you're kind of thought of as an extension of another person, that affects you and your choices because it's no longer one of your own, but you have to think about how it affects and reflects on your family as well. But we did look into it, yeah.
I think, to add on, I think parental figures in general as well, it's something that is obviously very, that all of us experience our relationship with our parents, whether good or bad, and it's definitely something that we have to learn to accept to a certain point, because a relationship between a parent and a daughter or a son is something that is not really something that you can escape but only work on. And so it's something that teaches, and I think this works for all of our texts, but it's something that those relationships where we're kind of forced to work on the relationship and not just escape and ignore the situation. It's something that teaches us an importance about the relationships in other lives, and so we can see how parental relationships often help us with friendships and romantic relationships in the future, and so it helps build an establishment for that.
Okay, so one last round of applause for both of you. And that's it for this band. So thank you. Have a great afternoon.
But the reason that affects it, right, because it's teachers,
she's like,
and then they have to split the schedule. Some faculty is right, because they all see it. That's not that part's linear, but
so it wouldn't be like
I really don't know. Soon as you seniors go, yeah, they go 0 to 8. But, you know, not 6.
well, no, so I don't know the full logistics of
Right,
it.
yeah.
All junior judges, we're expecting you to stay for the awards so you see who won, right? So unless you have to go to band 9 to get a test or something, stay. But also, you know, honor you to Hello.
Filip, are you keeping this button cool?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
No one told me Bob was doing that. I would have thought that he said
Since you started. Yeah.
why do we keep doing this?
Get that new system. Or I can listen right there with you on the left and stuff.
Oh, okay.
What? Today was the luckiest man on earth. And yesterday was the wealthy. Feel bad for rich people. They get age benefits. Did a little bit of psychology.
Okay, band 8 groups. This must be you, right?
I think that they come out and stop talking intellectually and they have to just chat. And it's kind of like, look, we got 15 minutes. If your group is finished, that was the first one. And then the only other thing that really happened at the argument was they had 10 kids in the class. Because most of them were at their age. It was like, look, if you guys are finished, just you can study creativity.
So I learned some information.
Oh, yeah?
We have classes, and I did not know that. But there's an instruction on how to write English. Only it is.
Well, I don't have classes.
Right. And that lesson would only last 10 minutes, and then we can.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah. So I guess around 2.
Okay, I'm just not going to do
What time are you going to go?
but I could do it. I'm
If
just
you
not sure
prefer
because I have like
3 traveling at the moment that we're in. Okay. Is 2 o'clock a good Zoom moment?
Yeah.
Alright, so I think that would be a good idea. Good.
Oh, so she knows that we're leaving?
So I might set it up. The one on the floor. I don't know which dishes here.
Move that over. This one. This one. Oh, I know.
Did I see any? I think I see the same thing as the sands.
Did I say that? Oh. It's also you.
Sir, can you reach into my bag for a minute?
Bad news for something.
Why is it hard to see that?
Why me? Just talk to him, bro. You got this one now.
Look, it's so cool.
Look at it.
I need water? Oh, you need water.
I agree.
Bigger?
Yeah. Your size is so interesting, you can't even notice. Wait, no. Did you disappear for like 2 minutes? Yeah. See? You wasn't caught.
No, I've been here.
I so aware. I was like, no, I thought you was back.
No, I've been here.
Okay. I have your name tag. Hey.
because I got so close to everything. So many, it has so many opportunities to work out.
Classes, when they're just walking in, make sure you're filling the whole row when you walk into the row, please. Walk all the way to the end of the row before sitting down. All the way down, please.
missed this, otherwise you actually. Still adjusting. Oh, no, you can't do it.
Two presentations for you this afternoon. First of all, hi, I'm Ms. Levine. I'm one of the Townsend seminar teachers. And I'm just going to quickly introduce the two groups and their projects, and then you're going to have them go back to back. All right, so our first group is Tiffany Gao, Betty Gu, and Jocelyn Wang, and their project is titled It's Not You, It's Me, and My Perception and My Ethnic Identity. The connection between internalized racism, ethnic identity, and relationships. Also, our theme for this panel is identity and the outsider. And our second group is Rasela Hassan, Lily Lee, Jamie Tang, and Ashley Wu, and their project is entitled Hedgehogs on a Cold Winter's Day, Self-Imposed Isolation in the Catcher in the Rye. So let's give our panelists a big round of applause. And we'll start with our first group.
In America, racism stands as one of the foremost challenging obstacles that minorities face. The COVID-19 pandemic and increased hostilities towards Asian Americans reflect this point, and has led us to take an interest in exploring racism and its social consequences towards Asian American youths. Our project features the works American-Born Chinese by Jean Lun Yang, Fresh Off the Boat, a memoir by Eddie Huang, and its spin-off comedy series, Fresh Off the Boat.
We focused on three concepts that pertain to the Asian American experience in America: internalized racism, ethnic identity, and interpersonal relationships. We analyzed our characters' experience through Finney's ethnic theory, consisting of 3 stages of identity formation. Stage 1, unexamined ethnic identity, is when no ethnic exploration has occurred for an individual, and there is often blind adherence to aspects of the predominant culture. Stage 2, ethnic identity search, occurs after an event catalyzes an individual's reconnection to their ethnic identity. Stage 3, ethnic identity achievement, is when individuals come to embrace their ethnicity. Through the analysis of our text, we have determined that internalized racism limits Asian Americans' connection to their ethnic identity because they view themselves as outsiders, which in turn affects their interpersonal relationships.
Our first text is the graphic novel American-Born Chinese by Jean Lun Yang. None of us are strangers to external pressures from our environment. In the case of Jin Wang, the main protagonist of American-Born Chinese, we witness his experience with racist expectations when he becomes subject to xenophobic remarks, as his classmates harass him for eating ethnic foods. Jin demonstrably internalizes these views and projects them onto Wei Chen, a new Taiwanese student who transfers to his school. As Wei Chen introduces himself, Jin reveals feelings of underlying antagonism. When he approaches Jin by speaking Chinese, Jin, like the majority culture, his bullies, reflect racist views saying, "You're in America, speak English." Jin's negative experiences with racism caused him to internalize similar xenophobic ideals. It diminished his confidence in his own ethnic identity, which manifested in disapproval for those of his race. Jin's internalization of racism is also present when he insinuates that Wei Chen's proximity to his Taiwanese heritage is negative, and even denies their common heritage, severing their friendship when they do eventually become friends. Ultimately, Jin's internalized racism damages not only his self-esteem, but also his eventual camaraderie with other Asian Americans. We see Jin's internalized racism causing him to undergo a complete transformation in the way he acts, looks, and comes to exist. His ethnic self-hatred, developed by his internalized racism, causes him to make a wish to become what he truly desires, a white boy. Jin even renames himself Danny to reinforce his newfound whiteness. This suggests another consequence of internalized racism. Those who are affected may start to view the predominant culture as more attractive and therefore are inclined to abandon their native roots. Jin achieves stage 2 once the Monkey King, a character who symbolizes Jin's signpost to his conscience, prompts him to reveal his true form. As Jin sheds off his facade as Danny, he performs a symbolic gesture, demonstrating that he has become more confident in his true identity. In this way, the Monkey King acts as a social event that shakes Jin from his old worldview of being attached to the majority culture. And by asking the Monkey King for advice, Jin shows that he cares enough to mend his and Wei Chen's broken relationship, indicating a step towards healing his ethnic relationships and identity. Jin arrives at stage 3 when the Monkey King's wisdom motivates him to wait at a traditional Chinese bakery every day so as to apologize to Wei Chen. Jin's embracement of the cafe indicates acceptance towards his own culture. Whereas he would have veered away from such a place towards the beginning of the book, he now patiently sits at a location heavily ingrained in Chinese culture. Jin's desire to try out another bakery that Wei Chen suggests also affirms his interest in his Chinese background. Ultimately, Jin expresses that he is reconciled with a part of his identity, his internalized racism and ethnic self-hatred that kept him and Wei Chen apart as friends.
Another work that we examine is the memoir Fresh Off the Boat that follows life of Eddie from his childhood to adulthood. The novel begins with Eddie moving to a predominantly white neighborhood where he's the only Asian kid in school. His classmates make fun of and judge his Chinese food, which results in Eddie believing those views himself. When describing his food, Eddie says, "I opened up the egg lunchbox and the stale moist air bath sauce. It was embarrassing." Eddie uses negative adjectives like stale and embarrassing to describe his food, which are internalized views that he got from his classmates. Another example of Eddie accepting majority culture and pushing away his own ethnicity is during a trip to Taiwan. He says, "Everyone in Taiwan is mismatched. If my homies in Florida had been around, I probably would have been clowning these night-market anime lovers." Due to the normality of making fun of aspects of his culture and people, Eddie himself also internalizes this behavior. He plays along with his friends due to his self-consciousness of his Asian identity. He doesn't go against them, which causes this to affect his relationship with fellow Asian American classmates and his Asian peers. Eddie moves on to stage 2 of famous fears during the same talent trip. He says, "I allowed myself to encounter a part of myself I watched and cast 5 years ago. I had to show my skin in America if I ever wanted to reclaim on my own terms." The skin that Eddie is talking about refers to the persona he puts on in order to fit in with his classmates and not be judged for his ethnic identity. Eddie comes to realize the importance of accepting his ethnicity instead of pushing it away. Eddie's creation of this Asian restaurant Bauhaus marks his movement to the third and last stage of famous fear. He says, "I was sick of seeing dumb Asian kids pick at snow peas in the dining room after school. My main objective of Bauhaus was to become a voice for Asian Americans. I took every bit of Taiwanese Chinese culture I mustered in 27 years and 360 days and threw into 400 square feet of Lower East Side basement." Eddie was upset that Asian kids pick at their food, in this case no peas, out of embarrassment due to other people's negative judgments of it. He creates Bauhaus not just to celebrate his Asian heritage and cuisine, but also to address the racism towards Asian Americans. This shows that Eddie has fully embraced his ethnicity because in the beginning of the novel, Eddie was ashamed of his Chinese food, but now he has learned to publicly display and share his Asian culture.
The last work that we examined is Fresh Off the Boat. This is loosely based on the book Fresh Off the Boat, a memoir. The first stage of his ethnic theory is seen in Season 1, Episode 1. On Eddie's first day of attending his new school, when he pulls out Chinese food during lunch, the students sitting next to him react with disgust and make comments such as "mean things eating worms." Because other students treat Eddie as an outsider, distinguishing their differences to food norms, Eddie starts to view himself as an outsider. The following day, Eddie tells his mother Jessica about the incident. But Jessica still packs Chinese food for Eddie's lunch despite his protests. Thus he says to her, "You're never on my side." Eddie expresses frustration because he is unable to have his feelings of being an outsider alleviated and validated by family members. The conflict between Eddie and his mother is later resolved not by a newfound appreciation of Chinese food, but by Jessica eventually buying American lunch for Eddie at his request. Eddie at last obtains an iconic American food product that would, in his mind, make him an American, a Lunchable. At this point, Eddie does not attempt to explore his ethnic identity. He simply follows American norms and values as a result of internalized racism. However, we can later see signs of stage 2 towards the end of season 5, when Eddie participates in a cultural exchange and travels to Taiwan. This indicates his desire to seek greater understanding about his ethnicity. He states positively in an email, "Taiwan is dope. All the unique customs, the Qing Dynasty architecture, enchanting." Signs of stage 3 appear in season 6, episode 9. In this episode, Eddie creates a Chinese-American fusion dish and asks his father if he could add the dish to the family's restaurant's menu. However, his father disapproves and later says in an outburst, "I just don't want some dumb Chinese dish on our menu." In response, Eddie says, "I don't get it. Are you ashamed of Chinese food, of our culture?" When we compare Eddie's attitude towards Chinese food from the first season of the sitcom to the last, we can see the great extent to which Eddie's attitude towards his ethnicity has evolved. In the beginning, Eddie conforms to American norms by bringing Lunchables to lunch in response to other students' disapproval of Chinese food. By the end, Eddie actively challenges American norms, even challenging his father's negative views on Chinese food.
Some people may believe that when Asian Americans feel like outsiders, they develop closer relationships with other Asian Americans. However, as same as these three works, friendships and familiar relationships are oftentimes negatively impacted. Internalized racism can lead to Asian Americans having a distorted sense of their ethnicity, and this can then impact their interpersonal relationships. We hope that our analysis inspires similar future studies, analyzing works that depict not only Asian Americans, but also other minority groups, as well as their similar struggles with internalized racism. Here's our work cited, and thank you.
All right, so now we're going to hear from our second group on this panel.
Good afternoon. We're Hedgehogs on a Cold Winter Day by Michelle Hassan, Lily Lee, Jamie Tang, and Ashley Wu.
The Capture in the Rye is a narrative story of main character Holden Caulfield's confrontation against adult callousness and his retreat into the comfort of childhood. Using a psychoanalytic lens to approach character analysis and a focus on the author's craft, we can understand how our character's history, perspectives on society, and self-image impact their actions leading up to alienation. Our project strives to discover the reasons one may self-isolate, whether for conscious or subconscious reasons, through the analysis of Holden Caulfield.
So first to describe our different threads. So first we have character background, second we have perspective on society, third society and self-image, and fourth the hedgehog's dilemma. So first our thesis. J.D. Salinger's The Capture in the Rye presents the hedgehog's dilemma as Holden's history influences his perception of society and himself, which manifests his self-isolation in response to his fear of intimacy. So first we introduce the hedgehog's dilemma. German philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer characterized the phenomenon of self-imposed isolation as the hedgehog's dilemma. So this is a parable explaining how on a cold winter's day, hedgehogs desire to share warmth. However, they can't huddle because their quills will inflict pain on one another. Thus, the hedgehogs distance themselves in order to avoid mutualistic harm. In essence, the hedgehog's dilemma is a metaphor for the challenges of human connection, which are complex and easily misunderstood in nature. These conflicts cause weak relationships and cautious behavior, which ultimately manifest into withdrawal from society.
So to begin, we will be discussing Holden's past and some crucial moments that shaped his mindset into the cynical and jaded outlook that he has. One of the first, most traumatic pieces of his childhood was the death of his brother Ali. Holden confesses, "I broke all the goddamn windows with my fist, just for the hell of it." He does this in response to losing his brother. We see this event coincide with the process of an individual becoming an outsider to society. Childhood trauma, such as this episode Holden experiences, have significant effects on their development. First, he loses Ali, the traumatic event, then he never properly learns to cope with his emotions, especially because his mother was grieving as well, and his father was a busy attorney. Thus, he breaks the windows as his only way of coping with his emotions. As a result, he suffers the effects in his future relationships, which we will explore later on. Next, we see how Holden's parents were unable to cater to his emotional needs, which only made his resolution harder. As he got older and kept acting out, he was rarely punished for it and just kept changing schools. He says, "This is about the fourth school I've gone to," which implies that running away when faced with consequences and intense emotions has become a trend for him, since he remains unpunished for his actions. Through the model and the evidence we discussed before, Holden exhibits traits of avoidant attachment style. These traits include how individuals create and maintain independence, control, and emotional proximity to romantic partners is either not possible or undesirable. Holden would actively seek partners out, but tend to fall back when he felt they were getting uncomfortably close to him. The lack of control and understanding of his own emotions pushed him to run away from the situation and close himself off once again, despite his desire for intimacy. This exact concept is supported in the relationships Holden forms later in life. When considering one of Holden's first emotional connections, it becomes clear that he fears intimacy. He feels vulnerable, and his own fear of consequence and outcome scares him. He does not consider Jane's feelings about him moving away, instead blocking the thought out and justifying reasons to himself as to why he should not call out to her. His own ego gets in the way of his attempts to attach, despite wanting to. Additionally, he expresses his alleged disdain for Sally, stating, "You give me a royal pain if you want to know the truth." Yet he still makes efforts to give her a good date, even ending the date with a proposal that they run away with each other. Holden shows desperate attempts to connect with people, but his approach was terribly unsuccessful and overpowering since his mentality was warped as a result of his childhood trauma and confusion growing up. He shows a bit of vulnerability when asking to run away, but then retreats and hides behind his words when it goes south. Both of these experiences contributed to Holden's representation of the hedgehog's dilemma, since he desires to connect with others, but gets scared and runs away when he gets close.
And moving forward, our second thread is how Holden's history influences his perception on society. So, as mentioned before, a vital part of Holden's past is his relationship with his brother Ali. However, when Ali dies, Holden finds himself holding on to his childhood as sort of a coping mechanism. Due to this, the traits associated with childhood, such as innocence and kindness, manifested themselves into Holden's internal ideals. From these ideals, Holden develops a cynical perspective towards the adult world around him and forcefully self-alienates himself. In regards to Holden as an outsider, his apprehension towards society arises from the conflict between his peers and his ideals. He perceives the adults around him, to be phonies, hypocrites, and frauds, due to the fact that he believes them to be engrossed into the superficial aspects of life. Essentially, the people around him contradict with his internal values, so he finds it difficult to connect with them. In this, Holden finds comfort in detaching himself from the adult world he despises so much. In another light, Holden is unconsciously plagued with the fear of relationships. Due to his past, Holden perceives relationships as something to be shared away from. The instances of the loss of his brother, the strained relationship with his parents, and the lack of intimate relationships in his school all contribute to his difficulty in forming connections. Essentially, in all arenas of his life, Holden is stripped of any true relationship. So, in his loneliness, he developed a tendency towards self-reliance and found it easier to remain alone. Furthermore, this lack of intimacy from his childhood led him to perceive others as unreliable and distant. Overall, Holden constantly feels a chasm of distance between himself and others, believing that in the end, he will be alone. This idea can be applied to other forms of media. For example, in Neon Genesis Evangelion, the protagonist, Shinji,
Holden to self-isolation due to the lack of parental love in his past. With no one to turn to during his childhood, he formed a habit of isolation and self-dependence. From this, Shinji is emotionally scarred and fears feeling the same disappointment of the past. So, Shinji regards both society and relationships in fear, as he is aware of other capabilities to hurt him. Overall, Holden withdraws from society due to his idealized views of childhood and memory of adulthood. Holden's past provides foundation for his internal values, which ultimately persuade him to reject adulthood. And Holden's prior relationships come to perceive others as frightening and unreliable. Due to his past, Holden finds himself isolated and alienated in his present.
Our third thread will discuss how a character's perception of society influences their own self-image. So first off, we have the word phony. According to Merriam-Webster, phony is defined as intended to deceive or mislead. This word is mentioned nearly 50 times throughout the novel because Holden defines phony as simply anything that he dislikes. While he calls himself a madman and crazy, he never considers himself a phony. Instead, he describes himself as a catcher in the rye. He portrays himself as the guardian of children's innocence and creates this imagery of happy children playing in a field carefree. His objective in life is to catch everybody if they start to go over the cliff. Before the children can fall over into the phoniness of the adult world, Holden wants to be there to protect their purity. While Holden looks down on society and its crookedness, he doesn't believe he is perfect either. But he admires the freedom of children to be themselves and makes it his responsibility to protect their innocence. Yet even though Holden repeatedly criticizes phonies, he often creates false personas as he lies his way through his interactions with other people. His masking of his true personality demonstrates not only his hypocrisy, but also his feelings of inadequacy. According to an article by Carson and Langer, one important aspect of self-acceptance is the ability and willingness to let others see one's true self. So when Holden creates these personas, he gives himself a false sense of power over the people that he is deceiving. He believes that he can be a new person and control how other people see him. This makes him both a professional and a proud phony, the very thing that he despises. Holden believes that the only place he can be himself is isolated, similar to another character, Elsa from Frozen. When Holden envisions a future in which he is living apart from society, Elsa also runs away to a faraway mountain where she can create a castle and use her powers freely. Both of these characters believe the only place they can be themselves without harming others is away from society, as portrayed by the Hedgehog's Dilemma.
And lastly, through a culmination of these factors, we see how Holden has a multi-layered profile. His conscious and unconscious motives are what drive the Hedgehog's Dilemma and his self-imposed isolation. So although he consciously decides to withdraw himself from society, his impulsive avoidance of affection suggests that it is not entirely under his determination. He frequently expresses the desire to form relationships, despite his contempt for society and its phoniness. As such, J.D. Salinger underscores that Holden's inability to form relationships is also involuntary. So, regardless of his failure to reciprocate gestures of affection, Holden seeks the comfort of people. The emphasis on his desperation for a human connection is pictured with Sunny, a prostitute who he agrees to hire. Sunny emerges as a catalyst to Holden's maturing sexuality. Both reality and his ideal perception of the world collide as he attempts female companionship on a less innocent level. His pursuit of Sunny is sexual in nature, connoting a relationship in which gratification is temporary and superficial. These weakened trust relations and lack of immediate conversational networks are also associated with modernity. So J.D. Salinger's novel is set in 1951 when the Cold War influenced American societies rapidly urbanized and embraced the concept of cities. Living in New York City during such a time period, Holden is confronted with the pressure to be self-sufficient and mature. He unconsciously mirrors society and forces himself into adulthood. But when his internal values of innocence clash with the fast-paced, maturing world, he chooses to alienate himself. Sunny serves to be his pivotal point. Overwhelmed, he shies away from his burgeoning sexuality that he cannot understand and he begins to spiral. The subconscious confusion and fear of losing his innocence, coupled with his existing inexperience with the adult world, compels Holden's self-imposed isolation as a form of protection. While Holden becomes hesitant to sexual intimacy, his discomfort of platonic closeness signifies that his withdrawal from society
from relationships and society is innately deep-seated. He fondly introduces Mr. Antolini, a teacher who he respects and enjoys the company of. In reciprocation, Mr. Antolini is emotionally open and welcoming. He validates Holden's voice and his suffering. Though Holden initiates and connecting with others, his fear of intimacy prevents him from truly comprehending emotions of concern and non-romantic affection, as shown here when he is pat on the head. His inexperience with people only compels him to do what he knows best, to perpetuate the lone wolf lifestyle he is accustomed to. Holden is unable to internally digest what the boundaries of a healthy relationship entail and any misinterpretations that arise to propel his fear of intimacy. So at last, at the end of The Capture of the Rye, Holden's narration reveals a great irony it has been abiding to. His closing line reveals a sorrowful and defeated tone. The style of narration highlights a desire to integrate into society despite his antagonistic perspective of society. So in his unique run-on narration, Holden refuses to comply with audience expectations, but he still acknowledges that he has an audience, even though he rarely seeks agreement and solidarity from them. However, his parting message is one where he speaks to his audience directly. So despite the pain that relationships may cause at the point of departing, he implores his audience to diverge from his image of society with the connotation that relationships stem from a healthy emotional connection with others. His personal reflections are insights to his values, and his eye-level relationship with the reader enforces the idea for readers to do better. Holden accentuates the importance of people no matter how much they may cause him distress. Similar to the principles of the hedgehog's dilemma, Holden values his loneliness, but it is also something he is unable to change. So thank you.
Let's have another round of applause for both of our panelists. Does anyone have any questions for either of our groups? Yeah, all the way back. Okay. Raise your hand again.
Yeah, I just have a question for the second group. I thought that what you focused on, the hedgehog dilemma, was really interesting, and I just wanted to know like how you came across it, like was it in your research, or just how you discovered it?
Okay, so we came across the hedgehog's dilemma in one of our supplemental texts, which is Neon Genesis Evangelion, and we chose to stick with it because we noticed through all our supplements, like The Capture of the Rye set in the 1950s, and then we also analyzed and interpreted some songs that we did not include, which were more modern, like in the 2020s. So we see that through a timeline that this is a continual problem in which people seem to pull away from relationships after they discover their fear of intimacy, and they impose their own self-isolation. So they kind of make themselves an outsider, and because it's like so continuous throughout time, and it's still a problem that probably some of us even face now, we decided to like explore it and probably like bring light on how to prevent it.
All right, we've got time for one more question. So does anyone have a question for the first group? You guys are making me run around a lot.
Right, you can run it all you want.
All right, so mentioning back to the first group, so what else do you think like racism can affect in many ways? Like, what else does it affect besides like wanting to change your identity?
To change their identity, which can then in turn affect their interpersonal relationships. So if someone like is raised with all these issues with their ethnicity, then they tend to develop like affect all hatred feelings, which then causes them to often or consciously push away people of your ethnicity and aspects of your ethnicity, so you try to distance yourself from like your ethnicity.
Nice. All right, another round of applause for our panelists.
All right. A round of applause for everybody over the past 2 days. We are done with our last. So there are some juniors here. We're going to email all the juniors. Every year we have the seniors propose topics and then the juniors vote on it. And then that becomes the topic for research next year. So the juniors have voted, and you ready? Okay, so 1 year from now, juniors, you have to focus on social class and literature. And as the sophomores and freshmen, you will listen to their presentations on this topic. All right, have a great day. Thank you all. Seniors and junior grades, stick around. Alright, I'm going to triple check the results. And maybe this for someone, if you want to take the mic, and then I'll announce the winner. So, alright, let me look at the mic.
And that's because we are going to add some numbers to the computer magic and see who wins in each category. So there'll be a official recognition, and also there will be a check. Yes, that's right. The actual amount for the check, we do not exactly know because it depends how many of you are in, because there are groups, right? So we have a set amount of money, and we have to divide it amongst the amount of people. Yes?
Okay, so before the winners are announced, I'm going to say something really corny, but it's really true. Everyone who got up on the stage is a winner, and I hope you really realize that. I know it's corny, but it's true. And just looking at the voting, there are like 0.00001 differences. So it's like, thank goodness I'm not in charge of that. It's so close because so many of you did such fabulous research and presentations. So I hope that whether you get announced now for an award or not, that you leave this room feeling super proud of yourself and knowing as you go off to college that you've already given a lecture in a room that holds 250 people, you've put together a semester-long research project, you've done all that stuff. So next time you're asked to do it, it's no big deal, okay?
Yes, that's true. I want to tell you something special. Most undergraduates in college don't really get to have an opportunity of this sort to present at a conference. This is what it is, it's a conference. And to present their own paper for a conference and present it in front of their peers. You should do it if you have a chance and keep your eye open for it in college. And when there is an opportunity, try it because you've done it already. So you have a tremendous experience behind you already, so that's awesome. Another thing I'm going to tell you is that we forget how amazing, crazy, outright bonkers this is. This does not exist in any school. No school in New York City, I don't care what it is, does this. And we are the only one, and number one. Number two, we're going to expand so others know it, and we will become known for this. Just to show you how bonkers this is, I was talking to my friend who's fairly well established in like public policy, whatever, and he's going to a conference soon, and we were talking about conference and blah blah blah, and how excited he is, and he's presenting something. I said, "Oh, conference, how nice! We're having a conference in my school." And he chuckled a little bit and said, "Oh, that's cute," in a kind of quaint, that's nice, a conference kind of a way. And then I sent him the program as it was developed. for the conference, and when he saw that, he changed his tune. He said, "Well, that's interesting." And his kids, younger than you, but still, well, that's interesting. This is really, wow, I like this, I like that. And all of a sudden, he perked up. Yesterday, as I was here more, I sent him videos, like snippets of this, and his tune changed again. Now, this is someone who's like really established, someone who, it's difficult to impress this person. He was impressed. And I have to tell you that this is unusual and rare, and I'm so happy that you're here doing it. And as Professor Hickman said, being here is
Okay, so when Professor Hickman says it's really close, like I feel like you think that we're lying about those things, but just to give you a sample, one is 4.57, and the next one is 4.55, and the next one is 4.52.
Okay. So, what I do want to do though, before we announce everything, give a round of applause for each other. The teachers, I work with you, the professors. What I can say is, you know, when we have to do just the logistical stuff, getting people to like a room and a schedule, like that's all the work that we have to do, because we know that if we just put you here, it's going to be amazing. So in other schools, you have to worry about like, what are we going to say when we hand you a microphone in front of 300 people? We don't have to worry about that, because we know your teacher's going to work with you and do amazing things. And it's really, the work is just, you know, how do we come up with money for 28 3-foot sandwiches?
If anyone can chip in a little bit, that would be awesome.
So thank you to everyone for that. And Mr. Conde did do a lot to help us with that logistical stuff, so he can be here right now, but thank you him too. Are you ready?
Thanks to Mr. Sweeney.
The judges. So for the first time, we've had a panel of judges from the adult side of the world. Is Professor Lucio, Mr. McDonough, and Ms. Robayo. There was about 18 juniors who have sat for 2 full days watching every single one of these. And it might have sounded like a great deal a week ago when they signed up. And not that these weren't great, but I don't know how they did it. So thank you to all of them. So these are the categories we've always done. Best research, which is, you know, as you see here, you know, how you've incorporated the research that you've done for your paper into the presentation itself, the kind of insight you give us to that research. Then best presentation is, you know, talking about the actual, you know, showmanship of it, how you presented your work, how you translated it to an audience. Then best close reading is how did you interpret the thesis text itself? How did you work your interpretation and your own analysis into it through the presentation? And then there's best overall. So for each category, we have a runner-up, and then a winner, both get a prize, so so, first, best research, the runner-up, Linda. Stand up, monsters, whoever's here. This is the one that was like point one. Okay, so remember, this one is the presentation itself. It's not necessarily the best overall, but it's the way that you present it, the showmanship. The runner-up, Medina. Filip. Like best picture at the Oscars, right? Best overall. Everything into account. There is a runner-up, so there's a runner-up first. The runner-up, Vera. This is the only presentation that, so everything was out of 5 that reached the 4.8 scale. We will, collect all your information, like Professor and Mr. Rose said, you all did amazing. What I do want to say is we were a little worried, and for a number of reasons. You all know what's going on at Queens College and the funding, and you should really thank the professor side of this because, we're still working, right? Like we teachers at Townsend work till June 30th. Like they're here on their own now, and doing all this work, and really thank them for all of that. We've got to show the world what we're doing here. And when they try and cut the funding from us, it's an insane thing. There's no reason that this shouldn't be happening. And what we were worried about is we're the last ones who saw this in person, right? And if we didn't bring this back, and you spent the past 2 days showing the juniors how to do it, showing the sophomores how to do it, showing the freshmen how to do it, so that this tradition wasn't broken. And so we owe all of you for that, and we thank all of you for that. Thank you.
Hi, well, I just wanted to say from principal's office, unfortunately he had an emergency, he couldn't be here, he really wanted to be here for the awards and he asked me to relay that message to you. Unfortunately he's stuck in a meeting, he cannot leave, and I think it's some sort of emergency, so he's really sorry but he couldn't make it here. He was walking here and he was called back. So that's that. In fact, I was looking for him here, but I guess he didn't make it. So that's number one. Number two, last one I'm going to say is like I really just wanted to let you know that how much Mr. Sweeney really worked on this. The conversations about this go back to, oh gosh, fall. You think it's just the 2 days here and it's a lot of work for you, but it's really a tremendous amount of work to organize it. And Mr. Sweeney kind of ran a one-man show today between the cameras and computer and tabulating and doing this. So officially I'd like to thank him and let's have a round. Contributing professors, thank you so much. It's so much work. Working and reworking these essays. And how do you choose a better one? I don't know. The students, thank you also. And with that, on this happy note, I think we're going to say goodbye for this year, right? All right, thank you very much, and goodbye. We'll see you next year.